get this party started, y'all. It's Christmas time. There's deals flying around everywhere, and I'm trying not to spend money.
Against Luigi Mangione. But first, here's today's eye opener. It's your world in 90 seconds. Wicked, wicked weather from coast to coast. We could see record-breaking cold here in the Northeast as another big system builds west.
I'm talking rain. Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington could be seeing a foot of rain before this week is done.
Luigi Mangione is back in court as we see new images of key evidence the defense wants thrown out.
If they can keep that evidence out, that is a huge win for them.
New lawsuit against Royal Caribbean. The company is accused of serving 33 drinks to a passenger before he died.
He was served approximately 33 alcoholic drinks.
Paramount launching a hostile takeover offer for Warner Brothers Discovery, trying to outbid Netflix.
Katy Perry and Canada's former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau are Instagram official. Katy shared photos and videos.
An American ex-politician needs to step up to steal the heart of a Canadian music star. Hillary Clinton, you know what to do. I'm gonna take my horse to Old Town Road. What the is a horse?
Shop drivers spot a runaway horse galloping down one of New York City's busiest highways. Video shows the horse on the Belt Parkway before it ran towards JFK.
This morning's Eye Opener is presented by Progressive, making it easy to bundle insurance.
That horse is cool too, but guys, I don't know what's a funnier image, that horse heading to JFK or Hillary Clinton Drake. Now that's an interesting couple I never thought of.
Yeah, you're right about that. Thank you for joining us. But we are going to start with the weather. And listen, we're still trying to get warm because it is bitter cold outside. And we are talking nasty weather from coast to coast. Frigid air continues to grip the East Coast this morning, and there's snow in Kentucky and North Carolina, and another winter storm in the Midwest, and that is not all. Take a look at this system bringing rain and flood warnings to the Pacific Northwest, and we will have the forecast in just a minute, but let's start with Usher Qureshi with the worst of the winter weather.
A blast of winter weather left parts of the South and Midwest
Morning.
in a fresh coat of snow Monday. In Wisconsin's Waukesha,
Yeah, that was a long spit out from GPT when I gave it the... Did I show you the session manager yet?
Deputies broke the back window to allow the driver to crawl out to safety. Out west, the first band river brought rain to Oregon, causing power outages and risks of landslides. Meanwhile, another round of Arctic air is making temperatures feel colder than normal from Minnesota to Maine, including record lows across Michigan Monday, dropping to minus 14 in Marquette, and several more records possible today from Maryland to New Hampshire. Those plunging temperatures also mean higher heating costs for many families.
We're always adjusting to the temperature, just wanting to make sure the kids are warm. Sometimes they don't always want to wear an extra layer or sweater.
Parents of four, Luis and Joanna Juarez, say they dread receiving the electric and gas bill for their Chicagoland 1929 home.
I'd seen the probably like a
So I made it to where I can dump, like for today's session, you go in, you export the admin pipeline, and you're able to paste the admin pipeline in here so it knows what's active, what's a matter, what's objectives. So AI, when you go to export this, it knows that Mary and you are going to be in the session with Navicore. This is for after the meeting. The transcript and the AI notes is for the actual transcript and meeting notes from this session. The type of session, remember, we have different types. We have team sessions, spotlight sessions, ad hoc sessions. This is what we consider an admin session. This is for this tech plan, and this is a lookup, so depending on what business you're doing this for, so you can select. If they're not in this list, well, then they're not getting sessions through us. The summary is supposed to be the account manager's write-up of just a quick how they felt it went. We want, in your own words, here's how you felt it went. Because the AI notes and the transcript is going to give a summary based off how AI will objectively see it. We want the account manager's perspective in here as well. So the only thing that the account manager does when they come in here is they have to enter a focus saying, hey, this is this is what I want to work on next time. And then like that thing I spit out for you, I didn't like me typing this in manually. So I was like, how can I get some kind of focus for this next session? And I copied this and pasted it into the session manager, or I copied this, put it in GPT that's trained on AWA, and said, what should I do for the next session? And that's what spit out was what you got. So it was a lot. So I need to train AI on how to give me a version of that makes sense for us to go through with the client. And that way I can also send out before the session, like the day before, here's what we're going over tomorrow's session. I think that's going to add a huge value to this practice, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it easy where all the account manager has to do is come in here and they just, oh, here's my upcoming session today. Oh, I got to get ready for this. And the last session notes are in here already. Like it has everything in here for you, so that way you can just focus on the session. Yeah. I don't know what this production library was for. Oh, I remember now. This is going to get confusing for them quick. So have you heard from her?
Yeah, she texted you.
Oh, shit. Okay. So What are your thoughts on, like, where do you feel like we need to be as far as this session goes when she gets in here?
Well, do you follow ChatGPT's instructions, or do you?
Well, remember, we don't want to rely on AI. AI does not, it's a tool to help us do our job better. So I guess here's the overall framework, and this is what AI will help us do. I told you, like, I just told it, hey, what should we talk about next thing? And it just spit out what it spit out, right?
Okay. I don't. If you want to hear what I have to say, then.
Yeah, well, go ahead. I didn't know you were making a point. Make it. Go ahead.
You know, I guess you have to decide, what are they paying you $1,000 a month for? Are they paying you $1,000 a month to work on the security plan that AI outlined, or are they paying you for the SharePoint site? And where do we want to put the focus on it?
Well, yeah. So what we do is we provide them a structured tech plan to manage, and these guys need a specific one due to their requirements. So there's a desired state of operations for this client to be in, and they're not there. And once we get there, you're going to think, oh, I'm here finally. Well, once you get there, the time it takes you to get there, things have changed so much. Well, guess what? Now there's more things to change. Does that make sense? It's like you paint the Golden Gate Bridge, you get to the end of it. By the time you get to the end of it, guess what? You got to start over again, because all the shit that's happened to the bridge by the time you got to... Have you ever heard of that analogy or heard about how that's managed? Have you ever used that with you before? Anyway. So we're going to get to a desired state, and we're going to relook at everything, the state of things when we get there. And it's a moving target's where I'm going with this. So how do we get to a desired state of operations and stay there, so that way we're always ahead of things as opposed to being pulled by things? Does that make sense, or does that sound like a bunch of fucking bullshit?
It may sound like a little bit of bullshit, but you know, I know that some of it's on them.
All of it's on them, to me.
You know, where are we with getting off of Dropbox?
Well, that's part of the... So we need to prepare to have our first team session. A team session is where we bring in the workforce, or the whole team, that has anybody that's got an assigned asset, and we're going to sit down with them and give them an update of the tech plan that they have. So we got to explain, think of their weakest link. That person needs to understand that we work for a business that has departments, that has systems, and we're responsible for understanding those systems, especially if they pertain to our role. The tech plan affects everybody. We break everything down. We're either doing, controllable work, things that we can control, or we're doing things we can't. We have to deal with things that are out of our control, but still part of our job, objectives and matters. How does each department, how does the company as a whole handle the objectives and matters for working on the client or working on the business? When they're working with their clients, like these guys, they're constantly putting together projects and shit together, objectives, and sometimes there's a snag. There's a GM doesn't show up. Something happens. Those are matters, but those are for them doing their work for their clients. That's not the focus right now. We're focused on objectives and matters for working on the business, because we need to be compliant with whatever regulations. So those regulations say we need to do X, Y, and Z. We're not doing X, Y, and Z. We are a guide. These guys are the hero that is in a pit, and we are here to help the hero get out of that pit. So to get them out of that reactive state and to have a structured environment that's governed, they're missing something. We're giving them an administrative department and an IT department to help give them the structure and governance they need in order for them to be compliant. The administration departments want to say, well, here's the departments that make up AWA. Here's the people that fill the roles in those departments, and here's their skill sets and their responsibilities. That has to be clearly structured and written out. Now, we're not here to tell people what to do or how to do it. We're here to say, hey, how are you doing it, so we can get it structured and documented here. And what we're going to run into while we're doing that is she's going to go to Ben and say, well, here's our departments and everything. He's going to look at it and be like, well, that's not how I said department. We don't have this type of department or that type of department. And he's going to have, so he's a director. So it's her job, because he's not going to sit in these meetings. It's not our job to go reach out to him. It's her job. The gatekeeper's responsibility is for her to understand the tech plan that they're adopting and to communicate that with her workforce. She is the gatekeeper to this. The gatekeeper, period, is the one responsible for taking this to their workforce. We're here to support them in doing so. That's a big, huge shift that a lot of these gatekeepers will be like, what the fuck? I don't want to be that person. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Who else is going to do it?
Nobody. That's the biggest hurdle.
Right. So what we're doing is we're putting in a system in place. The only thing that they have to accept, and this is the big thing, is the gatekeeper has to accept the fact that they have to learn a structure that is trying to help them. If they look at it as if we're pushing it on them or this is our way of doing things and blah, 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 no, we just have to track what we're doing. And this is a way to do it that you have to adopt. You can adopt it your own way, but we have to track it. Now, if they want to do it in a spreadsheet or on a piece of paper, that to me is the same fucking thing. It's just going to make things harder. So if they want to pay $250 an hour for us to keep it on a piece of paper, that's fine. But our goal here is to make sure that we have a understanding of the structure of the environment we're working in that's agreed upon with the gatekeeper and the account manager. Yep, this makes sense. My team can support this plan. Your workforce needs to adopt and work within this plan. And if they don't, that's a liability on your side. That's not going to affect us at all, because we've documented how things are supposed to be done. If your team's not doing it and government comes and says, hey, we want to do an audit of your shit because something happened, it's not going to be on us. You're going to be the one that has to pay those fines and stuff, because we have an agreement. We put everything in place and we showed you how to do it. We don't have to be shitty about it. We don't have to push or taking it personal. That's Joe's biggest fucking hurdle, taking everything personal. I'm done taking it personal. This is your tech stack. This is your tech plan. My tech plan is solid. You're adopting your tech plan based off my tech plan. So let's make it work together. So in these sessions, we're going to get the most out of them. We're going to cover matters. We're going to look at objectives. And as you're completing objectives, we're going to have SOP and P completed when we're done. SOP and P is going to be one of the biggest products that we deliver from the administration team, because this is how we put in writing what they're doing. We've came up with a structure. We have AI here that's being trained on each client, and it's trained on the MTP, so it knows how to help clients get their matters input, their objectives input, and it helps us write out our SOP and Ps for us, because there's a structure to SOP and P, and I'm training it. It's getting good at it. Getting to the point where I can say, hey, here's the subject. Give me an SOP and P, and it splits out a fucking draft that's 90% of the way there. So it's pretty cool. Now, once we have the SOP and P documents finalized, we need to make sure that that's communicated to the workforce. And we do that through the team site. Do we just take the SOP and P and just paste it onto a site and say, there it is? No. Now that we have the system updated and we know the policy around it, we know what does the workforce need to know about it. Make a simple page that just, they don't need to know how the sausage is made. They just need to know what they need to do. If they want to know how the sausage is made, they can go to the library of the SOP and Ps and they can read it and get in-depth information. But on the team site, we're just posting it to where they know what they need to know to keep things moving forward. So that's the formula, and that's how we keep them moving forward. As long as we're working from the sites, we're working from the apps and keeping them up to date, and we meet. And are you getting it? Does this make sense? Is this a clean formula that even you could be trained on and do with your clients?
I don't know. It's a lot.
I'm sorry, but we're already doing it, so let's get happy with it. So this team site is what we're going to be showing to the entire workforce when they come in here. And right now, we don't have any calendar items. We don't have anything here. So I want to make sure I have something in here telling me I need to work on that. And then I believe I got the calendars working. I need to go to Teams. Oh, that's right. I got hung up when I had to get on that Teams call for those guys. So I want to go. So I have a reoccurring meeting on my calendar for Navicore for them already. So what I want to do is make it to where I can easily add their meeting to their calendar. So that's set up properly. That's good. So if I look at my calendar on Teams, and I look at this, and I edit all events in the series, I should be able to add a required AWA at awa-construction.com, because AWA, where'd it go? AWA is the name of, God damn it, where is it? AWA at awa-construction.com. That is the alias for the team site, meaning that's the inbox for it and the calendar for it. So if I share with AWA at AWA blah 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 this event and send this, I should now be able on the calendar here. Looky there. So anytime I update the sessions with them in my calendar that I'm hosting, it'll update their, and it'll also update the item on their team site. Now, boom. And when we schedule the team site, or when we schedule their team session on the Navicore calendar, I'll ensure to add their team site's email address as a standard. So that way, anytime I add something to their calendar, like by adding it to my calendar, I'm easily adding it to their workforce's calendar. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I want you to take, because this is you learning, like if you learn how to use this and you use this with you and your clients, that's how you adopt it and become usable and being able to train others on using it because you understand how it works. So, yeah. Fun. She did say 15 minutes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I ran into Ben the other day. They're
Going out of business?
Contract. Huh?
They're going out of business?
No. They've signed a few contracts, but they're, I guess one of the people they're dealing with has a lot of personality and wants to do things their way, and they're trying to work with this person.
What I'm doing will help Ben get control over his workforce. What this right here is exact. I don't know what's going on there, but if you lead by example, if you have good structure, it's hard for people to make their own ways when you have them working in a structure that it's hard to put into words. I don't know. To me, it's just common sense, but I get it. It's not everybody sees things this way, and that's what I think drives me crazy. Like Ben can control to a certain point. Now, if this person just flat out doesn't like the way Ben has him doing it, the guy will just walk. So there's a balance here. There's being flexible and completely not having any control whatsoever. That's
it's somebody in the Air Force that they have to deal with on the other side of the project, and they are interpreting what was bid differently than the way that Ben bid it and interpreted what was put out.
Yeah.
So they're having negotiations back and forth on what
should have already been goddamn agreed upon.
Right.
Yep, it makes life hard. Well, and this is what we'll run into a lot of times too, especially with the early adopters. She'll feel the pain, but these are people that just want to throw money at their problems. You know, Ben doesn't want to deal with this, so he has Mary doing it. Mary doesn't want to deal with it, and she knows that we'll continue building it out and doing stuff on the back end. So potentially, you know, they'll just see this as, well, as long as they're doing the work and as long as we're considered compliant, you know, we'll just throw money at the problem, which I'm not going to encourage that or condone that, but I can't control that. That's not a me thing. I can make it easier for them and not take it so personal and just make sure because I used to get so personal about shit like this, like, why isn't she here yet? Blah, blah, like this is hurting us. It's hurting us. Why is she doing it? No, this is them. This is their tech plan. Let them go about it with their pace. This is their budget. If they're not paying attention to me, like if they're not really, oh, this is $12,000 a year, and the sooner we get it done, the sooner we stop paying so much. Like, at least we could drop the price down potentially. Yeah, if she even came up to me and say, hey, we got to get this done sooner, can we, you know, add a third hour? I'd be like, well, maybe if you just started showing up with the 2 hours you're getting a week now, if you throw another hour at it, all that's going to do is make us work more. If you continue doing the same thing you're doing, like, sure, if you want to throw more money at it, and we will get more done, but the real work won't get done until they step up. So we have to be cognizant of that. Or you're just, like Fisher and Wegman, I've been with them so many times where I just quit working on their plan, and eventually they start asking questions, and like they'll pick it back up, and then I'll get started again, and then like, oh, they're not doing it at the same level I am. So truly meeting a client at their pace, it's hard to learn their rhythm, learn their pace, but this might just be their pace right now. This might be where these guys are. All right, here we go. Time to act. Good morning, Mary.
Hi, I'm sorry.
You're fine. We're still working. You're getting your hours worth regardless. How you doing?
Okay. I'm okay. I'm doing okay.
Well, Jay was just filling me in. I guess he had a chat with Ben, was filling me in on some of the stuff you guys got going on, and yeah. Ready to jump in? Do you need a minute after your last meeting? Do you need to go get a drink or anything?
No, I'm fine. You guys can kind of get me up to speed real quick.
Yeah, I just explained to Jay where I think we are with this session. I want to discuss getting understanding when the next or the first team session is going to happen. That's where we bring all the workforce into a Teams call or in person at the office, which with you guys having people scattered, I think it'd be a Teams call. And having that first session where we sit down with everybody and say, hey, everybody, here's your tech plan. Here's the layout. Here's where your files are. And then doing a wellness check after that team session. And all that's going to happen around the time we do the Dropbox migration. So we got a few things to line up here. Using this admin pipeline to kind of give us a visual into what that looks like. And to make sure that we get better at these sessions. And I want to kind of go over the framework for this session, just to review it real quick and then to dive in. So that's where we are with everything.
Okay.
So the framework we use for these sessions, we're always going to go through these 4 steps. We're going to review the matters first, just to make sure there's nothing on fire, and that, you know, anything that's in the admin pipeline, that's considered a matter, that it's all taken care of, or at least we have a grasp on it before we move on to the next segment, which is objectives. Those are the projects that we have going on, and finding one that we want to put time into in that session if possible. And then after we feel like we got a good handle on the objectives, we're going to say every objective that gets completed should get some kind of SOP and P if we're improving a system or something of that nature. So having that completed documentation for the systems we're building is going to be paramount. You will get a few of your first, what we call SOP and P, or standard operating procedure and policies. The first handful of them will come from us because we're the ones providing you your tech plan. So like the admin pipeline, the system we're working out of, that document's already created. We need to create it to match your needs, but it's just a few tweaks of the document to make it yours. Then we have your tech plan, how we break down your tech plan and break things down from objectives versus matters, and we'll get into all that a little bit more. But SOP and P is very important, and after we go over the matters and get a grasp on the objectives, we want to make sure that we're aligned out on getting our documentation done that's needed. Because once we have that finished documentation on how we do things, we need to publish something of that effect to the team, let them know, hey, on our team site we're creating, here's how here's how that system is managed, or whatever the policy or procedure is that we're finalizing and putting in place. And that's the full circle, right? We want to document our plan so everybody knows and it's easy to train everybody on what we're doing, but we have to do the work before we create that document. We have to make sure it's solid before we have that document. So this is our method of going through it. Matters, objectives, SOP and P, and then team site. If we stick to that script, we'll get the most out of these sessions, and you'll see your tech plan coming to fruition. All right. So, how are things going at AWA, and are there any matters that we need to address currently?
I don't think so.
I know there was the one person that you said that was going to be leaving, Jesse, I think it was. What's going on with that?
Gone. He is gone. We have not turned off his email yet. I don't think that he will be doing any work for us. Ben was I think I told you Ben was kind of hanging on.
There was a project or something, correct. I remember you saying that.
Because we haven't closed out that project yet, and we wanted him to have access just in case he needed to jump on and find something or to send something. But we haven't heard from him since the 24th of November. So I don't think he is going to be doing anything. And he said, he doesn't even have the company phone anymore or the laptop. But he was going to, I think he put his work email on his personal phone.
He could have.
Yeah. So I was like, I don't know.
Well, we can always, when it's time, we will lock his account. And that way, he may still have some old emails and stuff on his phone that's cached on there, but nothing new.
Yeah.
He won't be able to send or receive anything moving forward once we do that. But right now, if we haven't done anything, he still has access to the tech stack that, that these are liabilities that the tech plan we're creating should, mitigate. So
I just think I can talk to Ben just so it's not a surprise to him, but I think that we just need to, he should not have access to his email or anything anymore. And if possible, I think Ben was just concerned that if we turned off his email, then the government would get a notification that this is no longer. Is it possible that we just have his emails forwarded to myself?
Well,
Ben?
Yeah, so we have a process here that we do when someone leaves. We free up the license. Now, we may not be able to get rid of the license right away, depending on how long the term is for that license in the background, so it'll become an available license. But we want to remove it from that person, and we make that person's account a shared mailbox, meaning it's like you can add people to be able to see. We don't want the mail from his inbox flooding somebody else's inbox. We just want people to be able to access easily through Outlook to see his email and review those. If you want, that's the standard and best practices way. If you want to have information bleeding into your inbox from that account, we can do that. We just recommend doing it in a cleaner way, so that way everything's still separated. So
Yeah.
we just need to know when the person leaves. We need to know, because part of this process will kick them out of the system, and we'll give whoever access to that information that needs it.
Yeah. Like I said, I can let Ben know today, and then I would be the one to access it. I don't think Ben would take the time to, like, if he needed something, he would just ask me to go find it in Jesse's folders or email.
So we are not sure that he will be assisting with any projects anymore. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think he
Mary
will.
is going to get with Ben so we can knock this out. All right. So remember, and I probably do need to put, yeah. Let's go ahead and get through the rest of. That's the only matter I can think of that we are tracking. Now, service desk will handle, like, oh, my app isn't working. Like, certain matters will go to service desk, but Mary, you know, you deal with matters all the time. And this Jesse guy, being like this right here, is, I consider this a matter. Now, replacing this person, get a new person in place, you know, all that stuff, like, that's work that we weren't really planning on doing. But I consider that a matter. So tracking these things in here and knowing the difference between matters and objectives, I can't think of any other matters that are in here. So if everything else is running good, and this is under control, you're going to get us some final information. I think we're good with matters. We can move on to objectives.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Now, the way this works and I've been careful as I've been developing this stuff out, so when we do status in row like this, we see the items that are in progress. The items that say ready for review are the ones that we need to talk about in this session, more or less. And then roadmap is things that are coming down the road. I don't even think we have dates added here yet as far as start date and end dates. We're still early in our development of this. Again, you're adopting the admin pipeline, and we're meeting you where you are with how you do things. So I know this is all new, but we're going to add to this and evolve this as we continue to do this. So right now we have Dropbox admin account, which we've already taken care of. I think that can actually be closed now. We just talked about this one. Enable to join Teams calls. Oh, that is another matter. We talked about that last time, and I asked you to make sure everybody sends their invites from Teams. Has that made a difference?
So I did mention that to our manager. I am not sure if he's doing it that way. I'll talk to him about it. He hasn't brought it up as an issue, and I don't think I've had enough meetings over the last week and a half to really know if I'm having that issue. I know when we were meeting yesterday, I think there's a limit to 1 hour on our license.
Whoa,
because
no.
It just shut us.
No, there's no limit.
Well, they shut us off at 1 hour yesterday. I had to call Ben and just talk to him on the phone because we were in a meeting and we got shut off.
That's weird.
I'll have Alan check that.
Okay.
You were on Teams, not Zoom, right?
Correct. I was going to say, I've had that with Zoom before because I don't pay for the subscription, but I've never had that issue. Like, Teams started giving me the warning too, and then all of a sudden we were in the middle of a conversation and it shut off.
And unless somebody is using the consumer version, which might be 1 hour limit, but I don't know much about the consumer version. Your license, yeah, you can be on a 4 hour, 24 hour. You should be able to do it as long as you need to. All right, to make life a little bit easier, I was going to avoid adding this, but yeah. I'm not going to do all these right now. I'll do that later. But company announcements for 2026 tech plan. When we go to schedule this team session with everybody, I'm going to want to put this in an announcement to send out I'll show you what this looks like, but we're going to send an email out to the workforce saying, hey, everybody, we have a new tech plan. This is the first meeting to get everybody up to speed on this, and we're going to go over, create a team session essentially where we sit down for either 30 minutes or an hour with the workforce and say, here's how everything's laid out, answer any questions they may have, and make sure everybody's aligned with how this works. So we want to send out that announcement through this method when we get there. Microsoft licensing completion. Now, I know that we ran into some bumps here. Jay, are we squared away with licensing?
For Teams?
For 365 in general. Like, I know there was the billing issue, there was the getting all the old ones removed. Like, is licensing done? Is everything caught up where it needs to be, and Microsoft licensing is no more a matter?
Well, we're still waiting for the credit card form to put it on their credit card.
I sent it yesterday, Jay. I don't know if you've seen it. Yeah. And I did have a question on the invoice that was like the back charges that you guys had been paying. That was for the CPM AWA GoDaddy, correct?
Yeah.
Could you put CPM AWA somewhere on the invoice, because I'm gonna have to run that through the joint venture.
Make them pay for it. That's right.
It says AWA. Yeah, it says AWA, and it doesn't. Yeah.
I can do a whole CPM company if you want it to go to.
Yeah.
That
would be good.
Yeah.
I mean, I still do the billing for that
Right.
too, but if you can put that information on it, that'd be good.
Yep, I'll take care of that. But yeah, I think we've gone through and removed everything at GoDaddy. And then I'll have Alan, when he's in there looking at the Teams issue, if you find out anything on Jesse, we can make that a shared mailbox while we're in there, or we can wait.
Okay.
So let's just have Alan do a quick assessment of the licensing environment, make sure everything's where it needs to be. And sort of the past accounts at GoDaddy are set to stop billing. Because just like Microsoft, they probably had billing. Was it month to month? How was that, Jay? Or are all those accounts at GoDaddy completely done, or do we want to verify that with Alan?
We'll verify it with Alan.
Okay. I'm just going to have him do a quick sweep and to give us an update on it, basically. Set to stop billing ASAP if needed. Throw that little bit in there. Stop the bleeding. Ensure everyone is properly licensed per the workforce management application. And yeah, that should be it. As long as he does those two things, close all the old ones, make sure everything aligns, the current Microsoft aligns with what's in the workforce management app. And if we look at the workforce management app real quick, just to make sure we're not going to send them down a bad path, we probably do need to get is this everybody? I think I keep coming to do this and I always forget to follow through. So this is proper for all emails, right? There should only be 3 CPM emails and 5 AWA emails. And then does everybody get Teams?
Yes.
I was going to say it's probably easier to just ask if there's anybody that doesn't get Teams. So if everybody's supposed to have Teams, well, that makes that even easier. So it should be E3, Teams, and I don't think we're there yet, but we are going to have you throw on a couple security licenses, at least one for the Office 365 online environment. That's the Defender for Online P2 license, Jay. We will want to add that on there. So part of this note, wrong one. E3, Teams for Enterprise. Is that it right now, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Mary, where'd you send that? Because I'm not seeing it.
I just responded to your email, so I can try to resend it.
Okay.
All right. Moving on from the Microsoft licensing completion matter, wellness checklist. So we need to create the wellness checklist for these guys, Jay. And the way you do that is we will export the CSV. Maybe. There it is. We're going to copy this. We're going to go into their account folder. Our VCIO. And under wellness checks, they'll get there first. Let me open this with Excel. Oh, Microsoft has been going crazy on this computer. Try that again. So when your users schedule their wellness check with the service desk, Mary, that's how they'll schedule. They'll go to a link, wellnesschecks.me. I think it still needs updated. It's going to a sessions link right now. I need to update that link. But they'll go to wellnesschecks.me. They'll schedule their appointment at their convenience. It's just a 30-minute call with a technician. It should either be Alan or Sean. And when they call in, Alan and Sean's going to know what we're doing, and they're going to be trained on this checklist to work with that user to go through it and make sure everything's good. And they'll go through the standard agenda, which is making sure the updates are there, all the libraries they need access are syncing properly, yada, yada, yada. Okay. So, I'm going to make this into a table. This is not something you would do, Mary. This is more for Jay as the account manager, because he will be helping you with these down the road eventually. Or we'll have somebody else that's doing sessions. We haven't figured that out yet. So question one would be production libraries. I want to make sure that they have, anybody that has 2 emails need to have access to both production environments, right?
Yes.
The people that only have, so I would assume Ben and Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Ben's son, right?
Yeah, we call him Chike, but his first name is Ben.
I can see where that gets confusing, but so those two are the only ones that do not have a CPM AWA account, and they'd be the only two that, when they're doing the wellness check, that they only need to have the AWA production, even if they even get into those. But are those two required to have both production folders, or is there any reason why anybody wouldn't have both production folders?
They both need the production folder. Chike does certified payrolls for the joint venture. Yeah, so he does work in the joint venture, and so does Ben. So yeah, they would need both folders. They just don't have both emails.
All right.
Would it be silly to create the alias in case anybody mistakenly thought that Ben would be Bennett CPM-AWA?
Well, the alias is Shike at AWA versus Ben at AWA.
No, I'm saying for the two people that don't actually have email addresses, create the alias in case someone sent something to that address, or I guess they'd just get a bounce back.
Correct. I don't know why. I get what you're saying, but I doubt anybody. I don't think. I think we have. I don't know if that's something that would be of value. Like, I don't know if there would be a lot of value. That would make sense to do it, but I don't know if it's worth doing, I guess is my point. Not right now, worth where we are. But that's a Mary decision. I guess I should shut up. So, Mary, what he's saying is if somebody accidentally goes to Ben at cpm-awajv.com, like, should we have it there just in case somebody does try to send it to him with that address? Right, Jay?
Right, it wouldn't be another license, it would just be a catch-all in case somebody...
Yeah, but then we're mixing it up because these guys have extra licenses. Now we have two that, like, it. Yeah. I would just, unless it becomes a problem, I would leave that one alone.
I was gonna say, I don't think it's been an issue. I think we've always used Ben's AWA-construction, and the government is familiar with that. Like, the only people I would be concerned about is the government, that, our customer, and they all have his AWA-construction email, and I don't think there's going to be any confusion.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't have any...
Chike doesn't really communicate with the government. He's just communicating with me mostly.
As long as he's not officially doing email work for CPM-AWA, like, as long as he has a place for somebody to communicate officially through that, like, you would be sending most of the documentation to get signed and whatnot. He's not doing the actual official work for CPM-AWA, right?
Correct.
So I would say that's fine. If he's actually sending over a proposal and things of that nature, and it's coming from AWA-construction, and it's not being contained in the... we're not using our own structure properly, that's where we can get... That's where you guys can get yourselves into a little bit of a mess. That's going to raise some flags and make them ask questions and poke, even though we don't need to be poking. Like, I would just avoid that if possible. Yeah, and part of what we're doing is going to ensure that communications go out the right channels and come in the right channels. That's what a secure tech plan is. That's exactly what we're doing. So I think we're good. As far as the production folders, because we're going to be syncing the folders, what else do we want to check with? And I'm just bringing it up. We're not going to have this wellness checklist completed today. I'm just getting it started. When we walk away from here and we go to start again, we'll be able to quickly pick it back up Now remember, Jay, this is their tech plan, and we keep everything good for them in their tech plan. The wellness checks and the checklist is our work. This is something that we're doing on the back end. So the wellness checklist won't be in their tech plan. It's in the Navicore in their account folder where we're managing them from. So Jay and his team will have access to the wellness checklist. You won't, Mary, just so you're aware.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's more of for us anyway. So can we think of anything else to add to this right now before we move on? We'll pick it back up next week. Just be mindful that as we're working this week, we go, God, we need to get that lined out with all the users. If you can think of something to add to this checklist for when we do that first round, now we have just send an email to support or something letting us know what that is. So that way we can get it added to your wellness checklist. And this will become a good tool in your feedback loop that we're providing. Like Allwall will have a feedback loop internally that it can use. And this is one of those things. Yeah. Moving on. Going back to the admin pipeline. So that's the wellness checklist creation. We go ahead and add a note here so we can see that we've had some activity. All right, making progress. Workforce management application. Essentially, I want to get this thing done. I know I need to take some time to add some columns here for what we need, like hire date. That way you can fill in all the gaps. What are you using right now to manage your workforce and to know who's who and when they started and all that stuff? I know there's only a handful of you, but how are you tracking and managing all that now? What is it?
Paychecks.
And is that something we're paying for?
Yeah, that's our payroll system. I enter payroll in there, and then, yeah, we have new hire documentation that I save on my computer, and then I enter all of that into Paychecks when they are hired. So it has all their start dates and end dates, and
it's just called Paychecks.
Yeah.
And who made Paychecks? Like, what's the actual company?
Paychecks is that's the actual company. Paychecks is Paychex.
They just bought Paycor.
What is it, Jay?
They just bought Paycor.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's pretty massive then. So, yeah, that's good to know, because what we want to do is understand how all this stuff is tied together here. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. Give me one. I'll be right back. Hey, babe. I'm in a session. What's up? Oh, am I supposed to be somewhere right now or something? You're freaking me out. Oh, yeah, I'll text you back. I'm just really swamped today. I've been swamped since 7 o'clock this morning. I'll call you back. Love you, bye. Sorry about that. All right. Trying to capture when I hear something like that, because I'm not sure how you guys do all of your bookkeeping and all that stuff, but part of what we're doing is helping get structure and everything, and that helps. All right, so workforce management application, getting that workforce management app fully filled out. I can't think of anything else that other than hire date. Yeah, you guys are a very small team, so this should be pretty simple. I don't think there's much to do there for that one. Now, Navicore payment form. I sent you an updated form. I know you guys sent the one in recently that was for Icora. Icora is no longer here. It's Navicore now. So I just need that updated one. And Mary, just so you know, we don't, like, the credit card side is for anything that we would purchase for you. Like, we would never invoice you. We would take your credit card that you gave to us on file and we would order something for you. Now, all your purchasing should be going through Jay, but there may be a time where we're working together and we need to purchase something. And the way that Navicore does now, Jay, I believe you would purchase like the laptop, deliver to them, and then bill them for it, right? Whereas the way we do it for you, and they'll continue to, they have accounts and distributors to where they can go get better pricing. They're going to charge you taxes and all that stuff. But the way I do it is I'm acting as if I'm part of your company and I'm purchasing it for you. So that's what the credit card's for, not for us to charge you unless you want to be billed for your monthly services through credit card. Then don't put in a checking account. But the checking account's going to save you significant money, over $300 a year if you use checking account for your billing through Navicore. Because that monthly amount coming out, we charge 3% for credit card for the convenience fee. So when you fill out the form, I would recommend doing the credit card for your purchases and then the checking account for the monthly expense. That's what that form is for I sent to you, just so you're clear. And once we have that, we do need to bill you for November, the $500, and then your first $1,000 full month, which would be this month, and then $1,000 a month moving forward, January through, until we're hopefully done. All right. Any questions on that one?
No.
Dropbox retirement. This is the big one. I'm kind of happy that this stuff is down here towards the end, because now we're going to get into what has to happen. And Jay, I think this is your biggest push right now as far as the technician side of things. We want to get this migration done. We've already migrated our off of GoDaddy into our own tenant as far as email and stuff goes. Now we're going to take the data from Dropbox and bring it into the SharePoint environment. So let's have that chat. When do we want to execute this?
We should probably get everybody set up on Edge and synced with the SharePoint site. That way when we're ready to move this stuff and we have a wellness check after we move the stuff on how to use the stuff or an admin session, and they're already set up.
Now, when we set up their Edge profile, remember, we want them to have, when they click on Edge, they should only have one They should only have one profile, right, Jay? Their work profile. So we want to make sure that they have their work profile set up. We set up their home button and the browser when you open it to go to their home screen right off the rip. So when we say Edge profile, and we'll put it down here in the notes. So that's what they'll do with Edge. Now, that way everybody has the same, when they open up their browser, it's going to open up just like everybody should open up to this site right here. Boom. Now they're ready to get to work. Are they going to production? What are they doing? They need to make sure the production folders are synced, which we already have that in here. Yeah. What else can we think of?
Do they have permission to go there before we get sat down in a?
No, so right now it's just IT and Mary that have access to the environment we're creating. We don't want to, I can add them and suppress the email from going out saying that they've been added to this thing. I just want to make sure that we have this site to where Mary wants it before her team can access it. Yeah, so are you saying, Jay, that we want to have, so this is all going to happen kind of back to back to back to back. We're going to get Edge pushed out to everybody. Now, are they all on the RMM currently?
Yeah.
And we can push out, so we should be able to push out the Edge easily. Mary, how disciplined do you want this to be, or how strict do you want this to be? Because I would recommend that we remove all other browsers from the computers. These are work devices. We want to govern and push the usage of what is Chrome on the back end, but Edge is the browser that we want to use, which is Chrome. Does anybody else there use, Jay, do you know if anybody there uses like Firefox or Opera or anything weird?
Ben has some weird stuff on his computer.
Oh, you didn't get him on that DuckDuckGo. Did you get him on DuckDuckGo? You probably got the classic shell on there too, don't you, you sicko? I don't. Bottom line is how does the company want to enforce this tech plan? Do we want to be no other browsers allowed, or do we say, hey, everybody, please use Edge and just hope they do the best? Like how lenient or how rigid do you want to be? That's a question for both of you. Jay, you help. You guys know this environment better than I. I'm coming trying to bring structure and clarity. Some of this stuff is not going to be easy for the team. They're going to be like, screw that, I'm not using that or this or that. So I don't want to overdo it is what I'm trying to say. I'm going to use the restroom while you guys chat about that real quick.
I mean, I honestly feel like more structure is probably better. That Ben knows that he has to open Edge every time. I don't know. I mean, have you looked at his computer recently, Jay?
No.
I don't even know where he gets these browsers or what is coming up on his computer. And then his Adobe isn't working. Like, he is not logged in on any of his devices, so he's having a difficult time editing and signing things. And I haven't had, I mean, he's been out of the office or, at Right Pat, so I haven't been able to sit down with him and walk him through anything. But I just don't know if you feel like being more strict and saying this is what you have to do would be helpful and less confusing, or if, I don't know. I feel like being strict and saying this is where you go, this is what you do is going to be helpful.
Yeah. I mean, he'll do whatever we tell him to do.
Yeah.
So if we'll just make sure that his shortcuts are moved over.
Yes. Yeah. Make it as easy as possible. I mean, I know personally I use Google for everything. I mean, I use Chrome for everything, so that might be an adjustment for me. But, I mean, that's fine. And I don't think that Dawn should have any issue just using Edge. Like you said, as long as you guys just help them if they have shortcuts or they have things that they need help with to make sure they have their stuff where they need it.
Right. But now's probably a good time because there's only 4 of you.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys had already set up Edge as my, like, I think Joseph had done it. So when that's my, what do they call it? The one that pops up every time. Default. Yes, thank you. That's my default. So I think he's already done mine on both computers. So I think it would just be Ben and Don that you need to. And Chike, yeah, I mean, you guys, we could reach out to Chike too. His device is not, like, we didn't purchase his laptop, so that is his personal device. I haven't had a conversation with Ben about getting him like company device so that, it's for company use only.
Yeah, so that's a good thing to bring up, and that is going to update our workforce management app as I'm listening in on this. Is this a BYOD device? That changes governance up dramatically, if that makes sense. Because does anybody else there have their own device?
No.
Okay. That does make a difference because we're liable for anything he does on that computer with our data. Like it's a little, you get why. I don't have to explain to you. So yeah, and we have safeguards, and we need to know that in order to build the structure out properly. I would say we wouldn't really want to sync libraries to his computer. We can turn that off on the back end. It says, hey, any computers that are not owned by AWA do not allow syncing. Not saying that we need to do any of that stuff. I'm just saying there is safeguards that we can have. We just need to know, so that way as we move forward, is this our device to play with, or is this somebody else's? We need to make sure they can access what they need to, type of thing. I'm sure he uses it like it's a work device. Like, I'm sure he'll just say, well, what's the difference? But the government's having us do this because they want to be able to pinpoint liability. That's why. So anyway, good call. As far as this goes, as I was walking away, I heard you say something that more structure was good. So I'm assuming that we're going to put some standards in how we use browsers at AWA. And here's the thing that we want to let the team know is that we are putting some governance in place, some structure in place, saying, don't do this, only do this. And we are not aware of all the things that will affect. We have a good idea, but we're not aware of everything. So we need them to feel comfortable and confident to come to us if it is, hurting production at all. Letting them know that, hey, this is something that we're trying to do to get better and more secure, but we also need to know if it's hurting production. So let us know if sticking to one browser is affecting production. Yeah. So my understanding is when we do this, we want to make sure that everybody just uses Edge and Edge alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's a whole different item. Right now, for this Dropbox and all this to happen, we know that we're going to make Edge the default browser. We know everybody's going to be syncing these libraries. When do we think the date for flipping it over would be? Let's pull up a calendar real quick. There we go. Yeah, that calendar's sad. It doesn't have anything on it. All right. So looking at this calendar, it's December 9th. What weekend would be better? I'm assuming Christmas weekend would be bad. New Year's would probably be bad. So I doubt we do it this weekend. We have the 19th, or we have the 10th. Are the next two available?
I mean, so What you were saying, Jay, is that we need to get everybody Edge, right, as the default
I
of
would
their profiles. Yep.
I would suggest the day that we do this, the wellness checklist is going to also would be our checklist of what we do to the computers that weekend. So that way, when everybody comes in on Monday, and we're not going to, this wellness check, they won't be scheduling their own. We'll probably just have everybody do theirs that day when they come back or something along those lines. Jay, just correct me if I'm off on this, or if you can think of a better approach. I'm just spitballing it right now, just so you're aware.
Well, I think the January date is probably better. I know I'm going to take some time off around the holiday. And so I don't know if I would be able to check in after the 21st or the 22nd. So, because that was the weekend you were looking at, right? The 19th through the 21st.
Correct.
Yeah, I think doing it in January is probably better.
So, for January 9th, well, yeah, that works. I was going to say we could probably try to do it the January 2nd, but no, let's do it the 9th. Unless you guys have, unless there's I'm good anytime on New Year's. I can do it the 2nd, the 9th. What do you guys want to do?
The 9th is fine. I was just saying that if we could get, a folder set up in SharePoint and permissions to the main page of the SharePoint, and we can get people set up so that, they're kind of familiar with it before we do the cut, rather than Monday morning trying to get 4 people set up all at the same time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that would be difficult, especially on a Monday morning.
There's nothing more frustrating than you're trying to get to something and you can't get there, and it's Monday morning and everybody else is blowing you up at the same time.
And my understanding is that the 2 production folders, the CPM and the AWA, that's where 90% of the work is done, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as long as we have those ironed out and syncing locally to the computer where they can see those items, I think it's going to be pretty streamlined for them. And I get what you're saying. I don't want to, mitigate the change is going to be a jolt, but it shouldn't be. I'm hoping it's not going to be detrimental. So, Jay, you're saying you want to go ahead and get them familiar with the environment. So should we do the? Well, here's the thing: is that if we move everything over, migrate everything over, that's when it's in SharePoint. We give everybody access to SharePoint now, not anything's in SharePoint. Like, what would the site be doing for them? They're not going to be going to it. Like, there's no reason for them to go to it other than opening up their browser and it being something they see, and it's just getting in their way. I think we're going to be faced with the. I don't think there's much we can do to mitigate what we're going to go up against. That jolt is what I'm saying. We can add the team site to everybody's browsers now. I just don't know what that's going to really accomplish.
Well, just know that it works and it's set up so that when we do the cutover, there might not be any questions. But we're not fighting some random error that we weren't expecting on Monday morning. That everybody has their permissions, it works, so that we're not trying to track somebody down, or, you know, Alan doesn't come in until 10 o'clock.
As much as I think these sites are cool, I know the workforce isn't really going, like, Mary, these sites are going to be huge for you and what we do in administration. But for these guys working these projects, all they want to do is be able to access their email and get to these project folders so they can get to work. So, you know, making sure that the only change that they're going to see is email's not going to change any, right? Their files will be in the, instead of under Dropbox and then this weird array, they're going to have this new thing with AWA documents or production and CPM-AWA production. I think is the name of the folders. Yeah. So they'll see those two folders. That's where all the files are. They'll have their email. Any other LOB apps that they use shouldn't be affected. I'm trying to think, like, I think if we had a 30-minute conversation, like a 30-minute team session before, like, if we're doing it on the 9th, let's say on the 8th, we just have a quick 30-minute team session with everybody. Just say, everybody, this is what's coming, this is what we're going to do. And then after it's all cut over, now they can all drive while we go through it with them post after the fact. Something along those lines is what I would recommend.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I mean, I think giving everybody a heads up of what to expect is important. So a 30-minute call before it happens would be good. I understand where Jay's coming from. I mean, we ran into issues when we switched, you know, when we got our Microsoft licenses. There were some things I think that we weren't really expecting.
I remember when the trial ended, that was a pretty rough hit, because we were, trying to do this as cost effective as possible, because you guys are paying CPM, and then, you know, the new license, we knew there was going to be overlap. We were trying to, so I know there was some headaches, and with any big change, there's going to be headaches. We're trying to mitigate those as much as possible. Trying to make those
Sure. It's just, I think, more strenuous on a Monday morning.
Well, I want to take some time to talk to AI to get some better perspectives on all of this. So let's go ahead and wrap up this session. Before I do, let me finish this note. So, Jay, was you saying to go ahead and do the edge portion now and get it set up with the standards, with the home button and the opening to the team site? We do that before Christmas, and that way everybody knows, hey, this is the edge program you're using. It's going to open up the team site. We can review the team site in the next session to try to get it to a point where maybe there is some useful things in there for them right off the rip. And then when we do the cutover, they will see, then we can do that post and really lay it out for them, and then unpackage the rest of it. You know, just give them a hint of it at the beginning there before the migration, and then really open it up after, type of thing.
Well, I mean, for that matter, we could even create the folders and do the sync, even if there's just a test file in them. And then when we do the actual sync over the weekend, all the files will be there Monday morning.
Okay.
And then we can, you know, restrict the access to the Dropbox just to make sure that the stuff is still there, but nobody's using it.
What date do we want to execute that objective?
As soon as, I mean, if you can get it to where we can do the edge, then we can make that call between now and the 19th. There's only 4 people right now, so it's a good time to do it.
Now, I know a lot of these users probably have personal and work stuff in their profile. The way we're setting up these profiles will be work bound, meaning if you have your Facebook or your dating apps, you're logging into them with this browser, your workforce is going to be able to see and obtain access to that information if they wanted to. So we need to make sure that all the users are aware that we're giving you a legitimate, true work environment, and just know nothing's private in a work environment. Let's just make that, I'm sure everybody's doing work appropriate things on their computers, but you'd be surprised what we've accidentally stumbled upon going through people's supporting them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Jay, I'm going to put this on you, buddy. And the team session we'll have after that, we'll have a small team session maybe we can even make a video that's quick and easy that you can just have everybody watch beforehand. And then I think you sent me over your guys' digital assets. I have to get that done. You sent me the logo and a few other things, right?
Yeah.
That's still open. I haven't even went into that email and grabbed that stuff to put it into we're going to create a library on your guys' environment to where that the finalized art, what's part of our guidelines, can be used. Make it easy for everybody to access that stuff for letterheads and stuff. And then the app build, there's some things I want to do with that, but that's later. Yeah, so I think, okay, good deal. We didn't get any SOPMP. We did some updates to the team site as we were working today, but bottom line is we stick to matters, objectives, SOPMP, and the team site. We keep doing these sessions, things will just continue to get better. Jay's team is going to work on executing some of the stuff when we're done. Mary, if you can, get those forms, at least the payment form for Navicor over, and let me know when I can run the $1,500, the $500 from last month and the $1,000 for this month. And then next month it should be automatic. Once I have that form on the first of the month, if it's on a weekend, it may be like that Friday or Monday, depending on where it lands. But it'll always be on the first. You'll have that $1,000 will come out of the account. So just let me know if there's ever an issue with that. Other than that, I think we're on the right track.
Okay, sounds good. I'll get that over to you today.
I appreciate it. Jay, you good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good session, everybody. I'll get this added and, look forward. Do we want to meet? When is the next session? The 23rd. Is everybody good on that session, or do we want to move that session just before we get off here, thinking ahead of time? Is this a good time to have this session, or do we need to do it before or after?
Before is probably better. I will be off that day.
If that's the case, what I recommend we do then is I'm going to take this session here. I'm going to edit this. Well, I have to do it from Teams. I'm going to edit this session to for 2 weeks from now. This event, we're going to move just this one. Here we go.
Or we could do it on the 30th too. That would probably work. And then that way you guys have the time to get this stuff updated and then we can talk about.
Okay, so the 30th instead of the 16th?
Yeah.
That works for me. Good deal. I will, if you need anything between now and then, Mary, always feel free to reach out to me. And yeah, if I don't talk to you before then, you have a great holiday.
You too.
All right. Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Are you there?
Yep.
All right. So just to show you here real quick while I'm in here. So I'm in the session manager. I'm going to clear my, there we go. So in today's session, God damn it. Why is this always loading grid view? I didn't know you could even do that. So weird. So here's today's session that we just had. Okay. We had the focus written in here. This session is almost done. I got to come in here and I'll write the summary after I get off the call with you here. But I'm going to take the, you should still be able to see my screen. This is the session we just had. I'm going to go to chat. Here's the recap. Oh my goodness. So apparently it's still generating and putting it all together. But yeah, all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the AI notes and put those here. I'll copy the, you don't put the Word document here, you copy it, you put it here. So now we'll have the transcript and the AI notes and my summary about how I believe the thing went. And I'll use the AI summary notes to help me with my summary. Like I'll review it and put in my own words a few sentences based off of my review of that summary. And that right there is a successful, good session. We went through the matters, the objectives, we documented, like that was a solid, good session working towards a desired state. You're starting to see the product that I've been developing for the last decade come to fruition. Now, how do we... Well, I was going to say, how do we get everybody behind this and move forward? What was you going to say?
So I was going to ask if it made sense to put a search bar on the home page of the SharePoint site, because that's what people are going to when they open the internet.
Search bar. Yeah, yep. And even better yet, it would be nice when, does my agent have it yet? Or my environment, I should say, have it yet? Let me go home. New. Yeah, AI. So now, of course, tenant now has it. You literally can open, like, imagine instead of going up here and hit search, it just said, ask AI. And they can click that and ask AI. And AI knows the site and where information is and knows the tech plan that's exactly what we're building. But for right now, if they're on their team site and they come up here and hit search and they're like, workforce app. Workforce management application. Okay. Boom. Oh shit, this is the workforce. This is an item being worked on. File sites. It did not pull up the workforce management app at all, did it? Yeah, I mean, like, what kind of stuff do you think they'll be searching for, Jay?
I'm just like a Google search bar. When I go to my home page, because if they're not looking for something on their internal site, they're going to be looking for something on the external site. Like, are you going to, if you had a search bar like you do with Google or Edge, then is that silly?
It's not silly. I think it's you can't ask it a question like you would Google and get responses where it's trying to guess and it's going to give you crap. If it's not there, it's going to show you 0, and you're going to get that a lot. It's not going to try to find things that are close to it and dump into the view. So, but I get what you're saying, and the closest thing I can think of is when these AI agents get released. Because if you look at this, we're on their tenant. If I hit new, I'm on their homepage. Hit new. I don't have any AI stuff in here yet. And I think the closest thing that we're going to be able to get to a search bar like you're talking about is getting their AI, their co-pilot, in their team sites trained to where it can act as a search bar. Yeah. But for right now, with the limitations that we are faced with, like, I think this is going to be solid. And my view isn't going to be the same as a user's view. You see where I can see all this crap right here and over here, the edit button, all this. Like, what they see is this right here. This is what they see, is a clean site. There's no extra buttons and shit. There is this navigation at the top right here, and this little 5 members following private group. Like, this information will be there, and like, this is the header. That's going to be there, but none of this crap underneath here. This is what the site looks like. We start putting information in here. It's super clean, super simple, and it has their navigation. It should be simple. As long as this is easy to search or easy to navigate, I could think, yeah, I get what you're saying, but big picture here, this is actually turning into a product is what I'm trying to get at here.
So there's no way to link an Edge search bar. So you would just have people, I guess, open another tab, and then where's the other tab go?
Hold on. I see it. I think I know what you're asking. Hold on. Yeah, are you wanting this to be able to search outside of the SharePoint site? Is that what you're saying?
If I'm gonna make Edge my home page, because like right now when I open Edge, I just get a search the web box. Because
That's the new tab page. Anytime you open a new tab, you're going to get that page, even with our SharePoint site. But what you're saying is if you open up the browser, the first thing you're presented with is a search bar from the new tab page, and that's what most people go to and start their experience from that point. There is what you're saying.
yeah, that was my fault. I mean, it's not a big deal to hit the plus sign and open a new tab. Maybe it's better to do it like that anyway. But if you're wanting to familiarize people and make it their home page, then maybe that aids in it. Maybe it doesn't.
Well, what's one of the things they are required to do? Like if they clock in and clock out through the day, and that can be done on an app or something, we move that functionality into the team site because now they have to go to the team site in order to clock in and clock out. Those are the types of things that will help adoption start to happen and get people driven to the site, is by making it the required place to go to do a function of the job. And I'm not that pressed about getting everybody to the site right now. My point of having the site is it's a virtual documentation for us to have for training and things of that nature. I hope they can work from their Windows Explorer and their Teams app and never have to go to the Teams site app unless they need to understand how to do something, or there's a function on the team site that they have to go to the team site to get done. Like, then go to the team site, yes. But I don't want it to seem like the main point is to get everybody to go to these team sites. It's the team sites need to work for the company. They just need to be able to be solid in where everybody goes to for the thing. Anyway, I think main reason why I wanted to get on this conversation is I want you to see how I am, and this is manual work, coming here and grabbing this transcript. I'm hoping you're done by now. What the fuck? You're still not done? Bullshit. You've got to be done. Reload. There we go. Now we're talking. I want to download this real quick. Copy the transcript. Don't need. Copy that. Where in the hell is my... Did I close my damn page? Transcript is in. Yeah. And now I can export. Now, if I export, I'm going to export everything I have here. But if I go to this, I created this view for this purpose. I can go to Tech Plan. And what this does is it breaks down each Tech Plan with their sessions all connected together. So if I click on all while right here, it's only going to load their sessions that I have here. Now, if I hit export, I'm only exporting AWA stuff. If I wanted to see everything I had going on as far as all my sessions to see what they all had in common right now, to find a common theme, something to post about or something, I could export all of them and ask AI my questions around that perspective. But this is seriously some powerful shit, Jay, the way I'm structuring and using this information. And we are going to be able to automate the things I'm doing, like taking the AI notes and automatically putting in this field. I can automate that. I haven't yet because I'm still learning how I'm building it all out. I may not need to. So I don't want to automate until I have the system figured out and solid. Then I'll take it and start sending out emails and shit. In fact, this should be able to generate your notification to go out before the reminder saying, hey, you have a meeting coming up. This is what we're going to go over, and be more pinpointed to what the thing is. And then after the session's over, after everything saves and automates and puts it into this list, it can create your summary message to send to them after. And I would never send the reminder notification or the summary without reviewing it first and putting my own flavor on it before it goes sent out. But yeah, I think this is going to be huge. And having others go, well, how do I do my job like you do your job? We are showing them, we are our own best showroom. By showing them how we are managing their sessions and tracking things and automating it, they'll be able to see what they do for their clients in our light. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So as long as you're here and you're supporting, you know what's going on, Jay, like, yeah, where do you see, like, how do we make this thing grow and blow up?
Somehow we've got to show people that they can benefit from using AI and SharePoint to organize their business. The question is, can they justify the resources?
Can their business provide a budget to give them this level of service?
Right.
And for us, what we need to understand is how are they doing business and what kind of money are they bringing in? So that way we can help them formalize a budget that we agree with. And as long as that budget continues to come to us and they do what they're supposed to do, we will figure out a way to make them more money. And as they make more money, that needs to align with the budget we're doing. Because we're not here just fixing your IT or your headaches. We're here helping you create the structure to make sure the money coming in and the money going out, it's all justifiable in that we're making a profit. I want to even get to the point to where, like, just like you, Jay, how I came in and helped you. What I'm doing is I'm systemizing that and being able to go to any company, help them get structure, help them get cleaned up, and help them do what they do better and make more money. But it can't be me doing it all. I have to empower them to do it, because if I walk away and everything falls apart, well, guess what? The company isn't doing great. It's the guy that they had in there doing shit for them, not the company. How do we make the company great? Well, we got to teach them how to do this. What truly is the essence of the company? Well, it's going to be their workforce, how they use their apps. Yep. I'm a believer in structure and organizing and working together as a team. So now you're working with me to help Mary and their shit, and we're all going to get paid better for it. And I hope Ben's doing his job and getting the contracts done, because that's what we need him to do in order for us to be where we're at. So we are all here to support and empower each other. That's a fun story to be a part of. I'm telling you, this right here, Jay, it's just going to take time, but the sooner as soon as you lock in on this, whether it be your home solutions, whether it's the real estate shit you're doing, whatever it is, let me help you build out a way to manage all your objectives and matters for that business with these sites that we're creating, and work from them. Train others, show them, hey, this is what we're doing. So that way you don't have to be that person anymore. Jeff, is Jeff even working with you anymore? Did you fire his ass finally?
Yeah.
So now it's Dustin and what's his name? Justin and yeah, how many people do you got working with Justin?
One.
The redhead guy?
No. No, Brandon's moved on.
Small crew. As long as you're keeping him busy and he's bringing you the money.
Yep.
All right. I think now that I have this in here, I will prep the next session for All Law. We have a few weeks before we have to do anything with them. I need to get with you and to keep you aligned to make sure you're doing their shit right. Your accounts that you have I want to help you get AWA to pay you right. And we were saying it's around $800 a month, right?
Yep.
I think now we can justify and lay out, Ben, this is why you need to spend this much. And if $2,000 a month is going to break their business, that's $24,000 a year for their. I know you're going to spend more with Microsoft and all these other apps. That's why we need to have the LOB apps and services list completely filled out. But when we're able to show Ben, hey, listen, you're spending 40 grand a year, but you're making, what do you think they do between the joint venture and AWA? Is it $1 million a year?
Their total contracts are probably $2.5 million coming in 2026. I don't know what they did in 2025.
Well, the $2.5 million, I would say 20% of that is supposed to go to IT and marketing alone. More heavily on the infrastructure side. No? That's too much?
Maybe it was like 3 to 5%.
Yeah, this would be reactive, proactive, and managed. And right now, I guarantee you people spend significantly more. And this 6 to 10%, this is where I was going with marketing. Marketing is 10 to 20% of your overall should be spent towards marketing. That's a significant punch. So between marketing and IT, which I believe if your IT is done right, your internal external communications, which is what marketing is, hiring the right people, attracting the right people, getting the right message out there to get the right people internally, getting the right customers, getting the right people to work with, the right partners, the right events to get with. Like, that's all about your external communication. So external communications, to me, marketing and technology, they're all very well embedded. So I say 20% overall. So let's just say 15 to 20% for what we're trying to do for a company. If we got the budget, we'd cover all that. And what's so yeah, very reactive. Does that track? Or is this a waste of breath?
No, I mean, I think 1 to 3% is what companies spend on their IT.
Well, that's because they don't value it. That's because they're reactive. If they're managing things and doing things properly, they're going to be spending more, but these systems are actually carrying a lot of the weight for their companies. Anyway, I believe this is the right track. I need to work on the SOP and P for service desk. That's what Kev and I are working on tomorrow. In fact, if I go back here, here's some of digitals. So now I need to go in and pull in. I've pulled in all their past stuff. This was the one that we just had last week. I need to add its stuff in here, and then I need to add one for tomorrow. Yeah, and move all the stuff into it for tomorrow. Yep, there's a lot of work to do, man. But once I get this updated and have his focus ready for tomorrow's session, I can send it to you so that way you can review it. But the AI GPTs that I'm building right now to help with some of the stuff is it's actually, there's times I'm like, this is shit technology. It's not going to take anybody anywhere. It's a waste of time. Then there's times I'm like, holy fuck, this is actually really good. And I feel like right now by sticking these apps together and getting prompts from them, I've been pretty impressed. If we had all your accounts in the Tech Plan Manager app and we had everything properly filled out in there for all your tech plans, at least your top 10, I think we should be reaching out to them now and going and having meetings with them and letting them know, preparing them for 26, and see if there's any interest in for this. Jay, I'm happy to split this with you. If you do these sessions with me and you're willing to do the work, we get all these guys set up for sessions and start helping them out. You're getting a cut of that. I'm happy to, as long as you're helping and making this thing and you're supporting the tech plans the way we're working with the clients, that's what I've been trying to get us to do for years. I'll continue building this thing out, but I'm ready to get started when you are on your clients.
Yeah, well, let's see what traction we get with Brandy Corp now.
Oh, that's another good one. I need to get ready for theirs tomorrow, too. Yep, I need to get all these in here. Yep, I'm gonna work on this session manager and get it where it needs to be. As far as tomorrow's session with Brandy Core, yeah, they just wanted to wait until, so they must not be that pressed for Kate to get caught up. I'm going to take some time to do a run through to get everybody caught up quickly, and then to go through the motions, matters, objectives, SOPMP, and team site. If we stick to that formula, we should see growth.
Good.
All right, man.
Well, I gotta get to work.
Yep, I'll see you tomorrow.
Hello?
Hey, baby.
Hey.
Sorry, yeah. And, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why his computer's doing that. I know I made him an admin while he was here. It's saying that he's not an admin, so I don't know if the setting just didn't stick because it needed rebooted or something. I don't know. But I'm not going to give him my personal credentials, unfortunately, for him. I told him if he wants me to help him, I'm happy to help. He just needs to bring it by here so I can try to make that setting.
So you talked to him?
Well, he texted me. I'm assuming
So, yeah, the answer to that question is yes.
he texted me. I don't know if I replied to him. Yeah, I just replied to him before I called you. Sorry. So, yes, I talked to him. Sorry. Hold on 1 second, babe. This is Joseph. Hello? Hello? Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we're good. So sorry to bother you. Sorry if he's being shitty with you, just tell him to talk to me.
I mean, why can't you just give him the password?
You can all go. Have a good day. Love you. I'm sorry I made his life such a living hell by giving him a $3,000 machine when he was a kid, and that there's some stuff on there. Like you guys are all. No wonder they're so shitty towards you. The way you're training them, babe.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I'm happy to help. I love you all. I know you see me as a demon that wants to fuck you guys all over in the assholes, but that's not the truth. That's your own fucking toxic fucking mindsets. I love you.
Yep. You too.
So I gave, at the time he was like 15, I gave him one of the old MacBooks that we had laying around. At the time, I put my account on there as an admin because he was a kid. And they were all part of the family thing, right? We were a family. We are a family. I'm the asshole that nobody can stand or tolerate, I guess. Well, anyway, he's 18 now. Still using the same computer. Well, he's 18 now. He wants it to himself. I'm happy to help him. In fact, his girlfriend brought it over here, and I thought I had made him an admin on the computer so he could do what he wanted to do. But I told her that it was acting kind of funky and that I'd rather, if she would let me keep it, I'd wipe it and get it fresh for him, which it probably needed anyway. No. He has stuff on here he doesn't want to lose, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay. If he's not backing stuff up to the cloud, that's a problem in itself. So let him know I recommend like making sure that if this computer blows up, he doesn't lose his stuff. Make sure everything's in the cloud. And, it does need wiped at some point. Just let me know when. Apparently, me making him an admin didn't stick. I don't know if that's because I had to do something and reboot it and do it again. I didn't catch it, whatever. And now he's not an admin still, so it's just give me the password. Well, that's my personal account. I'm not giving you the password of my account. I'm happy to help you. I even offered to wipe it. We charge people $200 to $400 to do a clean up of their workstation. I'm willing to do this shit for you, buddy, and help you out because you're fam. But you're going to get shitty with me. After you're already being extremely shitty to your mother, which I can't stand, and now because I tell you I can't stand you being shitty with your mother, you're going to not come around anymore and call me abusive. Anything else I can do for you? Because at this point, I'm just like fucking so far over it. I do not need people in my life that just shit all over people.
is Bill Fisher. So I'm
Did you ask this Jake Dowdy guy to reach out to me, or is he doing this out of his CRM or something?
Do what?
Verizon, this Jake Dowdy guy. Are you familiar with him?
No.
He just sent me an email, and it's. Make sure to see what email he sent it to. He sent it to my nav, of course, so it's recent. Good afternoon, Joseph. I recently took over the partnership between Wegman and Verizon. Before the
Carson might have shared that with you, or with him.
Okay. Well, bottom line is going into through 26 through the end of 28, the next 3-year plan. Are we doing anything different with phones that we can think of off the top of our heads right now?
Not that I can think of.
No, everybody that has phones now doesn't plan on leaving them. We don't have any changes coming. I'm going to schedule a meeting with this guy and let him know that if we don't foresee anything in the next 3 years, we'll let him know if something does come up.
Are we talking about cell phones or desk phones?
Cell phones.
We just did it.
Right. Maybe he is one to talk. I'm sure he wants to talk about his whole catalog with me, and I want to explain to him how your tech plan is being managed. So that way he can, maybe that'll help him understand what we're doing and be like, oh, by the way, I am going to bring up, because I'm trying to break away from Jay. Not that I'm not doing business with Jay. I just don't want to have anything. I don't want anybody to have anything over anybody's heads. I don't want you to have anything over my head. I don't want to have anything over your head. I don't want none of this shit. So I might get that Verizon account that's at your place, see what that would take to get that underneath your guys' belt if you guys want to keep doing it. It'll save you some money too, because I'm billing you $150. I think it's only charging us $120 or something like that. So I'm only making $30 off of it. But that's not the point. The point is I want it to be your guys if you're going to keep it, if that makes sense. I think you want that too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't have anything to do with our speed, though, right? That's just in case something goes down.
Correct. That's the backup internet. In fact, that's what was causing some of the problems yesterday and this morning. And that's a configure. Like, we're just aware of it now. The new update to the new phone systems, it's a lot. It's a pretty big change. And to you guys, hopefully it's not changed for you on your end too much, but for us, it's a big dramatic change. So, I don't know if they have desk phones, and I'm sure they have something with desk phones. I can ask about it, but I still think our phone system is the best phone system. I know we're going through a few issues right now, but those are getting ironed out, and there's not going to be another big update for another 8 years.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know that came through to me. You're the gatekeeper. I'm keeping you apprised. I'll get it in the pipeline and stuff too, but that's just me keeping you up to speed. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
What's up, boss?
What's going on?
Just running behind, apparently. Whew. It's fucking cold.
Yeah, not in the mood for it.
Not in the mood for anything, really. Alright, so how's life treating you?
Oh, lots going on over the past month.
Yeah? Same here. But we need to make some money. We need to get some work going.
Yeah, true that.
So I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, and we'll just call it that. Have a good day.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you, kind of show you everything I got going on. Let me overwhelm you with me bouncing all over the place like I always do. So obviously, I'm creating these environments with the SharePoint stuff that we've been talking about for years. And I feel like I've finally come to a realization of what it is we're trying to do. And every time I say that, a few months later, I'm like, oh, well, no, this is what we're really trying to do. Am I compounding on top of what I'm doing already and not getting good at one thing? I just keep on adding and I'm never going to move forward because I can't move forward type thing. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, keep going.
So I'm like, I know that's not the case. I am building something big, but it used to be IT, like secure IT management. When I heard that, I was like, that's perfect. But you can't do secure IT management. One of the things I ran in with Fisher Design and with Wegman and a couple other bigger clients that I worked with is I don't have the authority to put governance in place. Like they want security, they want governance, but they're not the ones making decisions and training their workforce to stick to the governance that's being placed. The reason for this is because all these companies are so small that this one person is managing the office and HR and making sure we order everything. This person over here is making sure the clients get what they need and the invoices go out and the billing's done. We have people wearing so many hats. There's a structure to the company, but we all look at the structure as the people, not the company structure. Like Karen is HR and Bob is production, not production is ran here and Bob is responsible for production systems. It's not as well officially structured. So most businesses don't have an IT department. They don't have a structure for IT and they outsource it. That they come in to try to support the client, but they can't because they don't have a clear understanding of the structure of the organization because nobody's there saying, hey, here's how we're structured, which is the gatekeeper. I've went through, you were a gatekeeper in very early on. They made you the gatekeeper. I've been through like 7 different gatekeepers and nobody will stick to that job because nobody wants to do it, first of all. And every time somebody does get in that position, they'll say, well, here's the departments we have. And then somebody else is like, no, that's not it. That's not how we operate. So what is the true north? How does the company operate? What I've come to realize is not only are we giving them an IT department, we're giving them what I call the administration department. And the admin team is made up of all the department heads. That is the department. The administration department is the department heads. We call it the admin team. We give them a site called the admin team site that structures and lays out, here's your departments, here's your systems, here's how you communicate through people. We list all that out. So that way if somebody's like, well, what email do I send this to? Well, go look at the comms manager. It tells you all the different places we email for different things and why. I am building an internal operating system that gives them an admin department and an IT department.
You know, the common denominator amongst all of that is the human element. Mm-hmm. And change is hard for most humans, especially when it comes to technology. I've seen how quickly someone gets frustrated when someone says we're changing how we do something. You can see people almost have like physical reactions.
Oh yeah,
that
nervous system's going fucking AWOL. Absolutely.
Because then they're like, well, how the fuck am I supposed to do my job if I have to stop and learn all this new stuff? And that guy just said a week ago, this is how we're doing it. And now you're saying we're doing it this way. I'm going to keep doing it my way until y'all get your shit in one sock. And then that creates everybody doing things a different way. Like, people are like, I don't have time for this shit. And so you'll have 10 different email signatures to, pick a real simple example. You'll have people using 5 different methods of file transfer internally and externally. Yeah. Why are you using that? Why aren't you using that? Well, fuck. I never even knew we had that.
Well, in Fisher's case, it was, well, I use this document standard for, quotes and stuff. Well, isn't this the official quote document that we're supposed to send out?
Using Fisher as an example, the human element there was that William took on a role that isn't even his job out of frustration because he wants protocols. Mm-hmm. Nick just always has to try to appear smarter than everybody else and is constantly changing how he does things.
Just and then
when other people aren't doing it his way, his reaction is, why are you doing it that way? So it's almost like companies need a solution that takes that internal
confusion,
sort of the internal human element away from making the smartest decisions. Because anytime you got a fucking committee, I don't care if it's the Christmas holiday party planning committee or if it's the the internal IT committee, there's still just a bunch of children trying to be the apex leader. So anyway, that's really just in my opinion what I've experienced with company tech.
Well, it doesn't even have to necessarily be technology either. It could be it's not just technology; it's anything. It's the new timekeeping or whatever it is.
I can go back to when technology was not all that complicated. When I worked for Landor Associates, they were all about protocol on every level. From tech to expense reports to what is allowed with a client and what's not, and everybody complies because it's so well spelled out, and they've got people that make sure as a new hire that you understand that this is how it works, and they walk you through it, and they're not changing it every 2 months. It is like, this is the Bible of working here. And it's presented in such a way where you're not overwhelmed. You're like, this is great.
I love if I need to know how to do something, I know where to go and get the answer to it. Like, I'm self-serving, understanding the environment I'm in.
Right. And so that was where I was going with that manual. Having everything you could ever want to know about how the company wants you to do things in one spot that is as easy to navigate as any of the simplest app you have on your phone. That's what people need. I won't say it's what they want, but they don't know they want it. It's what they need.
Well, I think they'll say they want it. They just subconsciously don't understand what it takes to get there. Like it's hard. But
yeah.
So to show you, let me finish this. I saw this. This was out a little bit. And we're gonna bring you. Let me rearrange these real quick, and then I'll give you this little spiel here. And I'm trying to get this cleaned up. So, essentially, that's what these sites are supposed to become. In fact, let me take you to a new person we're onboarding right now to show like how I'm getting them to understand it. And it's making sense to them. And they're paying $1,000 a month for me to sit here and just explain. Like, I'm not in the IT department company. They have another company they pay, I think, $300 a month to manage their backups, and if they have a problem, to call the service desk, all this and that. All I'm doing is saying, hey, you need a tech plan. We're going to put a site together and manage your tech plan. And that's $12,000 a year for one client right there that only has 5 employees. How do I stack 20 of those? because I could easily and separate that work between 5 people. That's easy money, is what I'm saying. Using this system I put together. So I want, yeah. So this is a new company that we just took on. It's AWA. They're a construction company, but they do government contracts. So they work in the Air Force base in Dayton, and they basically, when they're building a new hangar or any of the construction going on in the Air Force base, the contract is through this company, and they deal with the contractors doing the builds and stuff. So this year in 2025, in September, the government made a thing saying that you have to have this thing called NIST 800-171, which is a new compliance thing, that you have to meet this compliance if you do government contracts. If you don't, it's a actual potential felony, and you can get in serious shit. So it's a system security plan. And CPAs are required to have these as well. It's called a written information security plan through them. And I think it's NIST 900 or something like that. But there's different, kind of like the OSI model, there's different levels of standardization and compliance. So with the 800, all it's saying is you have to have a solid environment where things are structured and how things are, like, again, these companies all say, well, we have this many departments, this and that. You ask one person, you ask somebody different, they're going to give you a whole list. Like, we need it documented somewhere. So this one site that we put together for them, if we go up here under tech plan, it breaks it down. We have the tech stack, which it's a reactive tech stack. Here's the data stack where all their data lives, and here's all the apps and services they have. We need to add the device manager app. We're not that far in their adoption yet, but there will be a device. So everything that's technology related, it's all tracked in those apps that we created for them. Then the workforce management side of things. Who's all the people? What do they have access to? And what work do they have to work on the business? That's the admin pipeline. Not working in production for the clients and doing the construction and stuff. That's them doing what they do. Working on the business, that's what the admin pipeline's for. In identity, we get into things like their external website. How do they do their quoting and their contracts? And external versus internal, there's a whole lot to it, and I'm trying to get better at explaining it. But just know it's everything that falls under internal and external communications. Like channels. If you look at their channels, their support admin all these different channels that they have. And this is an early adaptation of this app. We're going to add more columns that help each one of these, like who's responsible for watching admin at? Well, that would be the admin, me. Who's responsible for watching support? Well, we have a service desk that watches support, so we need to add a column. Who's responsible? Who do we call? Or who are we reaching out to when we do use this channel? And is there other ways to access this channel? Like, is there a phone number tied with support? Is there a phone number tied with admins? Leadership. Do they have... there's not a phone number for leadership, so that would be blank. Again, as I develop these apps and make them better for each tech plan, I take all the different apps, and it's helping me create the one central app that has everything in it, so it's easy to deploy to new clients. This is just where I'm just giving you a rough, like, I'm not good at copy, I'm not good at writing out instructions and shit like that. This is just me showing you where I am with everything I'm doing all over the place.
And I will always defer back to what's needed and what has always been needed throughout the history of tech is simplicity. Explain it to me like I'm a third grader. People in sales, for example, who live and die by spreadsheets every day, they can figure this stuff out. People who don't, spreadsheets and columns and rows are kind of like dyslexia for a lot of people. And so that's where I always come back to at least organize it like I'm in third grade, right? So that it's easy for me to follow my nose and get back home. So I think the app world is a great example of what works and what doesn't work. There are so many apps where I'm like, what in the actual fuck? What am I supposed to do?
Do I need an
And then there
instruction
are
manual to
others-
do this, or can I just see what to do?
Right. Or then there's something that is actually pretty technically complicated from a security perspective, but easy to navigate. And then like my banking app, that's real damn easy. My Capital One truck loan app, super fucking easy. If we can give that easy solution to every company from 2 employees to 2,000, that's going to be a big, I feel like that's the big win. And I know I'm oversimplifying something that you have put a lot of knowledge behind.
Well, I mean, it's not rocket science. Every piece of this thing, as you break it down, it does turn into, it's hard to put into words. It's every pillar breaks it into 2 things. So, like for instance, the identity pillar here, it breaks down into 2 things. The tech stack, it breaks down into 2 things. The workforce, I know there's 3 things listed here, but really it's just the leadership and all the users. When we look at the workforce, we want to know who's managing things and who's here just to provide functionality, right? And when we say managing things, we're talking about department systems, like who's helping run the organization and the structure of the organization, and who's doing functions from the organization. So workforce, that breakdown is not as simple as it is for, not yet anyway. It hasn't made itself as apparent as like identity. We break that down from internal and external, and then from there it gets more granular and breaks out. But these 3 pillars, to me, I think this is a simple, easy way for everybody to understand that the tools we use and how the people and how they use those tools equate to who we are. Like, that's what this is supposed to represent, this triangle here. The 2 lines here, these 2 pipelines, that's all we deal with. In fact, Fisher Design, when a customer came to him and said, hey, this is what we need, that all Fisher Design is doing for a client is objectives and matters. They're going to do the objectives that the client's hiring them to do, and you're going to run into shit while you're doing that project. Shit's going to hit the fan somewhere, somehow, whether it's on your end or their end. Regardless, we know the end result for the project. We hit this matter while we're doing the project. How do we answer this matter in a way that gets us closer to the finish line? If you don't know what the finish line is and you have to deal with the matter, you could be taking yourself further away from that finish line by solving it in a way that fucks things up even worse. So we want to know where we're headed, first of all. And design and production, things of that nature, that's easy because you know the desired state before you get there to some degree. We know we have a look and feel we're going for. We don't know what it is yet. And the only thing you can measure is the person, so I don't know how good of an analogy this is. But bottom line is, if we can take a company from their current state, which is what this green one's supposed to represent, and this black one represents the desired state. This is where we want to get to. We want our identity to look this awesome. We want our tech stack to look this awesome. We want our workforce to be this awesome. So this is the desired state. This is where we are. What are the 2 pipelines? Like, what are the objectives that's going to take for us to get from here to here? And when matters happen, how do we deal with them in a way that helps us get to here? That's what the framework, those 3 pillars and the 2 pipelines, that's all it's there to represent is, here's the 3 things that we're focused on. Here's what we have to do. We have to put objectives in place to get us from here to point B, and we're going to deal with things, and this is how we deal with things to get us closer to this thing. So,
do we have a master UX designer in our stable?
You are our identity persons. Right now, I'm looking for you to have all these answers.
Okay.
So do we?
Because I think that's where I walk away from every conversation is that, yeah, I get that we're selling a master plan. Because that's simple and easy to get. And then I get that within that master plan, There could be 10 issues. There could be 100 issues. Cool. Whatever.
Well, there's always
What
going to
we
be there's
do-
going to be issues. Period.
No, not issues in a negative way. Components. Let's call them components. We might only need to be handling 10 components of their business, or they may have 200 components. Either way, we're putting it together and organizing it and making it easy to access and understand and be active and reactive under this master plan.
Correct.
So, that UX designers, their brains are wired a little different. As far as being able to give them a shitload of information and say, now, make me a home screen for an app that makes sense of all this shit.
Well, so I definitely want the Master Tech Plan site, having a website up, needs to serve, a few things. It needs to tell people who we are. It needs to allow people to get a hold of us, and I want to make that a smooth experience as much as possible. And I also want current people that have tech plans to eventually be able to use this as a resource of some sort. So, in the early stages, going into the 26 to 28 tech plan, the next 3 years, I want to get just a simple functioning website up that's going to get us through the next 3 years with what we know today. So, having a website that says, here's who we are, here's our approach, and if you want to do business with us, schedule your, we're doing free consultations or whatever. And I wanted to, where I'm going for as far as look and feel. I almost want it to be, where was that at? Like, this right here could be our branding right now. I want black and white, super minimalist.
Yeah, and we talked about that, and what I explained about that is that there's a reason the walls in an art gallery are white. We're the gallery. We're not.
We are our own best showroom, is what I've been saying for more than. You can go ask all the guys at the office, all the technicians. They will tell you he's been shoving that down our throats for fucking more than 10 years. We are our own best showroom because we're using the same tech stack that our clients would be using. I want us using it, and I love the way when you brought that analogy up, that was perfect, because that's essentially what we're doing. Is the master plan isn't to be standout. It's not to be complex or to give any kind of feeling whatsoever. It's supposed to give a feeling of confidence and structure. That, yes. So how do we give it that accountability, that confidence feeling, but being just black and white with, simple, like even the logo, the square box that goes around the logo. Everything is very straight lines, maybe a circle, maybe a triangle, basic. I want super basic shapes, basic everything, because what you're supposed to do with it is when a business sees their wrap on that tech plan, then it's going to stand out to them. That's the reason why I'm doing that. I'm hoping that will work.
Here's an interesting example. A lot of designers, one of the holy grail examples of brand standards is the city of New York. Have you been to New York?
It's been a while. It's been like 8 years, but yeah,
okay.
I've been there.
But in every movie you see everything, the one thing you always notice is like the subway signs, and just like the way those fonts and colors and shapes are laid out. There was actually a really extensive brand standards done in the 70s that created all that stuff. And the end result is it's so fucking simple and easy to understand in the biggest, busiest, craziest city in the world. And that's kind of what we're doing, right? We can take the biggest, craziest tech stack in the world and put it behind standards that are just simple. So it can certainly be done, and there's a good beginning to it. I think what I've been trying to wrap my head around is, where's the real outline, right? That I can digest and turn into something.
Well,
I guess
so that you just brought something up, and this is good. This is one of the things I want to get with you when you and Ash are, all three of us are together. And maybe you and I should be doing some of this to some degree right now. For instance, where the hell did it go? Hold on. Let me find my damn browser window. This is it, I believe. Yeah. So I'm creating a SOP and policy manager. So, yeah. ChatGPT. Let me go back. Close that. So I'm creating a ChatGPT for us to use, like this business development here. This here has a lot of the documentation saved in it. Let me go to Explore, my GPTs. And you have this tool. I don't know if you've used ChatGPT much, but you have a paid license of this right now, and we can get you in here. Does this have any files? I don't know if this one has any files yet or not. I haven't fully created any GPTs for us yet, but we're going to. So the GPTs I'm creating, in order to create these GPTs, we have to have something called, we have to have training materials. Have I went over what SOP&P is with you yet?
I think so, but run over it again.
All right. So SOP&P, let's just go ahead and do the full rundown real quick. This will be helpful. When I do these sessions with clients, all right, we meet with them, and the goal is to build out their tech plan. How do I do this with them with only 1 hour a week? That's a pretty rough, like, how am I going to get them to pay me $1,000 a month for 4 hours? That's 1 hour a week to sit with them. If they want to pay $2,500, that would give them 3 hours a week. But for the 1 hour a week, I sit with them, and I'm going to go for 1 hour. I'm going to go through stuff and document stuff on this page. I got to have a system for that, and I've created one. I call it the MOST framework: Matters, Objectives, SOP&P, and Team Sites. So let me run you through this real quick. When I met with this client here, this is Alwa. They have a joint venture in themselves that they're managing through this tech plan. And in order to get them aligned and working in here, I have to work with their gatekeeper, which is Mary. She's meets with me once a week, and sometimes she misses. So like it's only been once every 3 weeks, it feels like here lately. But when we get together, we're going at her pace, and it's up to her. I'm not going to give them a break on their check. I'll work for that hour that she's not there, but they really don't get the benefit unless she's there. So where do we start? How do you build out all this? I gave them a clean site, and it's very bare. I just put this little blurb on here. Then I started building. I wanted to build the department app, so that way I know what departments they have internally. I wanted to build their workforce management app, so we know who's who and who works where. As I started documenting these, okay, we want to use AI to help us document some of this and get this better. We need to make sure we have everything in writing on how we do business. What's the standard operating procedure and policy document that we fill out? I had to come up with a template. In fact, I created a whole app around this called the SOP and Policy Manager. It's a document that takes everything a standard operating procedure document would have in it and everything a policy app would have in it, or document would have in it. We merge them together to create what we call an SOP&P. This one document should tell you what the system is, how to use it, and what are the rules around it. That's an SOP&P. So what that document looks like here, let me pull up my Finder. I'll show you the SOP&P Manager. Let's start there. SOP&P Manager. These guys don't have one yet. Let's go to someone that does have one. Wagman Company has one. So if I go to their admin team site, under admin team, I see SOP and policy right here. This is their SOP and policy manager. If I go to this, oh shit, SOP and policy manager, here we go. This is all it is. This is these 3 folders right here, completed, development, and legacy. And then there's a Word document here that explains what SOP and P manager is. The legacy folder, the development folder, and the completed folder, they all get the same subset of folders because we've worked with them to figure out their department app. So now we have their departments listed out, and the admin team has agreed upon it. So the whole workforce says, yes, we agree. This is our list of departments. We take that list of departments, we create the subset under the SOP and P manager. So this is the legacy folder. So as they get anywhere they have stored old policies or procedures, whatever it is, get it in the legacy environment. This is now our true north where everything is. A year later, you find a document, well, you know where to put it now because we have a new home for all this stuff. Put it in the legacy because it's old. If it needs to be renewed, what we need to do is we need to go into the development folder, and under that department, there's also a Word document here. This is the template SOP and P. Let's go over that first. So the SOP and P template, this is what people have to fill out. In fact, this is a old version from when we first started. Let me find the newest version of this. This is the newest version of the app, created November 25th, whenever it decides to fucking open here. Why the hell is my OneDrive not running? What the hell? Well, that would explain that. I'll just view it online. I ain't got time to wait for it to sync up and load. Oh my god. And now it's on the wrong browser. There we go. So this is what this is all it is these few, Jesus. Title. Give it a campaign level title that matches the system that you're writing this document on. Gatekeeper. Who's the person responsible for managing the system, keeping it up to date, and letting the admin team know when something's wrong with it? Who's responsible for managing this, whatever this procedure's on? This is where it gets dicey, is these last 3. Overview. This is the scope and purpose in a summary format, no more than 3 paragraphs. So no more than 3 paragraphs. Gives us the scope and the purpose of the system you're writing about and how it pertains to the MTP. Resources, or how it pertains to the company. Resources. List out everything. If it takes a library, if it takes a truck, it takes 3 people to have to do it, like list out everything that's needed in order for this process and procedure and policy to take place. And then what's the flow? Walk us through. How does this thing get triggered? What's the end result? Are there different outcomes? Like, walk us through this. Some SOP&P could be 1 page. Some SOP&P will be 100 pages. Just depends on how in depth the system is. But this is all it is. It's these 5 sections. You fill it out. And this is the starting point for the 26 MTP. Who knows where it'll be when we get to the 29 MTP? This will evolve over the next 3 years, just like the MTP has been doing. We didn't even have wellness checks or sessions at the beginning of the 23 tech plan. We developed all of that, and they're now becoming official in the 26 MTP. So with this SOP&P being so basic and bare, that's just where we are currently. Now,
so it's what we would call a brief, really.
Sure.
That's all it is.
And
it can be, that brief should always have a basic structure, but it can grow as much as it needs to grow beyond that basic structure.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm going to show you 3 different, I've created 3, and the more I create, so we're creating a tech plan that's being supported by us wouldn't have a store. They're not providing SOP&P to anybody else. They just have the SOP&P library or manager. Navicore and the MTP has what we call the SOP&P library or store, which is where tech plans, depending on what kind of tech plan you have, we have a store full of SOP&Ps that you can start pulling from to get your tech plan up to date quickly. Especially if you're adopting like the Master Tech Plan, the Workforce Management app, or the Admin Team site, or any of these systems. We're building SOP&P for everything. So this is an SOP&P for the SOP and Policy Manager. It says, I literally created, this is like, going layers in. What's that movie where they go in the dreams and shit? I can't think of what it is. Inception. Yeah, I'm going into the second layer, right? So this is an SOP&P for the SOP&P manager. And what it does, this is the purpose and the purpose and scope of the SOP&P manager. These are all the reasons. You can see I went more than 3 paragraphs here. It didn't follow my instructions, but I'm pretty sure we've written this out. And it's a pretty big system. That's why it's so long. Required resources. We have the admin pipeline, SOP&P manager, which has the 3 folders. It talks about those. It talks about the document inside of the SOP&P manager for the overview. It explains, because if you take this SOP&P and stick it into a tech plan, which is fine, this is part of the SOP&P store, they need to have their rules on who can approve SOP&P. Like there's fine things that we don't want to dictate how a company adopts SOP. Like there are things we want them to adopt. There's a certain structure there, but there's ways that they're going to operate. We can't dictate how they do business and completely inside. So we give them the framework, but their rules and how they adopt it, that's what will be in that overview. That's why the SOP&P overview is so important and why it's listed here. The SOP&P template, the 5 sections, the document I showed you where there's an old one, now there's a new one. Like that template, that's important. Every SOP&P should be created starting with that template. The admin team itself, SOP&Ps can't be completed unless it gets approved by more than one member of the admin team. Some SOP&Ps should be approved by all members of the admin team. It's up to the admin team to choose how those get done. And then we get into the flow of it. How does this thing operate? Well, it's triggered, and then here's the steps for when it's triggered. Then you have a drafting phase. Well, here's all the steps for when it's getting drafted. There's a governance stage and a distribution phase. So this is an SOP&P for the SOP&P manager. And it's what, how many pages was this one? This was what, 4 maybe? Yeah, 4 pages on that one. This one is for the admin pipeline, the internal change management system they use. It's got 2 paragraphs for the overview, resources, initiatives, the fields for the initiatives list, the objectives list, and the fields for the objectives list, the action items and the fields for the action items list. The admin teams needed to do the admin pipeline, and so is an admin sessions. So that's all the resources, and it even breaks down each list by giving you all the fields that need to be filled out and the rules around each field. And then we get into the flow, which is capture by putting it in the admin pipeline, qualify it, make sure you're assigning it to the right people in the right department and the right systems. Placement is make sure you have the right person. This is making sure the right people are doing the job. Review in admin sessions. So we review items that need reviewed in the admin, like there's a status for ready for review. I probably need to go through here and clean this up a little bit. Now that I'm looking at it fresh eyes, I've spent a couple hours building this, and now I need to go back through and do a second wipe. I wish I had more people that were, that's why you're here. Execution. Execute on the damn thing, get it done, document it when it's done, and if it needs an SOP&P, because not everything we put in the admin pipeline, especially in early adoption phases, we don't have time to put an SOP&P to every little thing we're doing in the admin pipeline. So the admin team, as they're looking at the admin pipeline, saying, "Hey, get that done," that's when they can go, "Oh, we definitely need an SOP&P for that." So the admin sessions are very important to get these started. It just walks them through the steps. And then the biggest one we have, how many pages was this one? This one was 5 pages. And this last one here, the tech plan, which this is a big one. It's an important one, but it's only 2 pages. So we have one that's 2 pages, one that's 4 pages, one that's 5 pages. And these are the first 3 that I've done. And I got like 150 more to go. And by the time I'm done with those, I'll probably have a new 150 listed out, ready to do those. So I'm taking these, I'm basically prioritizing the ones that I think I would need in order to have AI help me spit these out quicker. I'm getting those done first to build the AI model to help me get SOP and P done. The more SOP and P I get done, the easier it'll be for us to write out and to create that user interface and that graphic design that we're looking for.
Okay. All right.
I hope it's okay. I don't know. I could be going the wrong direction.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I have thoughts on how it should look and sound and function as far as from first moment of truth to going as deep in the inception as you can go. And I can lay that out pretty quickly.
Well, I need to figure out a way, because here's the thing is when I'm in sessions with these clients, they all, just like the standards I'm bringing and the guidelines I'm bringing, they need the same thing around their identity. And yeah. I know when I say identity, I'm thinking departments. What systems do you have? Because that makes up the identity of your company. That's the DNA and the back end of it. I think when you think of identity, you're thinking of the actual surface level and how it makes people feel and trying to make that as pinpointed as possible. I don't think you can get what you do without having a solid structure with what I'm trying to do on the back end with the administration team. By giving a structure, because like right now, imagine me sitting down with Bill Fisher and all these guys, trying to sit there and say, well, here's how we manage business. This is who's in charge of what. Every one of these people are directors inside of Fisher Design. They all have their own little businesses inside of one business. And to get them all aligned, it is a huge challenge. And I like that challenge because it's making me better at what I'm doing here.
That's a unique challenge because of the personalities and intelligence levels involved. And so again, that's why I'm always going to defer back to what is the most simplified version of things that allows it to become as complicated as it needs to become. And I think I kind of have that figured out.
You care to share it all?
Huh?
You care to share it all, or is it something that you'd have to put together and show?
I got to put together. I don't want to just, throw stuff out there that might not be fully baked yet.
Well, let's do this real quick before I want to let you finish your spiel here, but I also want to get to where I can show you. I want to make sure you can get to the glossary. You can get to the documents that are being created, the SOP&P library, all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I've got the SharePoint that you shared out at one point.
Yep.
What tab are we on now? There's that. It's SharePoint. Under which is business development, all the business development stuff, session overview, so on and so forth. So is it in there somewhere?
Do you have Edge installed yet?
Yeah.
So if you're on Edge, go ahead and share your screen with me real quick. I think we made sure your home button, all that stuff was set up too. I can't remember.
Screen, window, or tab. Choose what you want to share. Wow. Share. It's all changed. Oh, here we go. That. Are you seeing that SharePoint?
Yep. So go to the little globe on the left-hand side underneath that house. Yep. Click on that, and is business development the only one you have access to?
There it goes.
Well, I guess this. I'm glad we're doing this then. Give me 1 second. Oh shit, I'm down here fucking smoking. Let me go close this door. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. Refresh your page real quick. Now hit that. Yeah. Huh. Click SharePoint at the top. And then search for admin at the top. Yep. Press enter.
So what?
Press enter real quick. Admin team, there it is. Try clicking it again.
Did it not refresh on your side?
No, I'm still seeing it. Hold on.
Because now I have home, libraries, apps, site, recycle bin, edit.
Well, you're in the right spot. Your screen seems to be frozen on the share, but if you're there, great. So,
it's because it opened another tab.
I got you. And that's fine. That's fine. So here, what I want you to do is go to libraries and go to SOP and P, SOP and policy.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have that loaded, go ahead and hit add shortcut to OneDrive.
Where is that?
Should be at the top. Here, I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I'm pointing at.
Private group members, all that details.
So you should have these. Is this what you're seeing right now? What's on my screen?
Let me get back over there. Yes. Yep.
Then there should be an add shortcut to OneDrive right here.
Oh, okay. There it is. Added.
Beautiful. Now, when you look inside your OneDrive-Navicore, which you should have on your computer somewhere, on your Finder, you should now see this admin team-SOP and policy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you expand that, you're going to see it's all the SOP and P manager is just these three folders. And they can, again, the completed folder, that right there should have nothing in it for a client in the beginning. Nothing at all. Unless they go to the MTP, SOPMP store and grab a few from there to get them started. And to show you why this SOPMP is so important, when we go to what experience do you have with ChatGPT? Did you say you're getting familiar? You've been using it or no?
I have used it here and there. I kind of avoided it because Nick couldn't do anything without it.
Oh, so you have some kind of
And
personal, like, subconscious vendetta against it because of the hate towards Nick. I got you.
yeah,
That's reasonable.
well,
That's actually. I find myself. There, it's always petty, right? We even look at ourselves and go, "Why am I being like?" I do the same shit. Don't. Yeah.
no, it caused me to research AI and its best uses, and you at that point discover what it does to a narcissist. And when you're working under somebody who has developed an AI addiction that feeds their need to be important, well, what the way they're using it, what it feeds back to them is validation, not
Well,
good
that's
ideas.
AI is validating everybody because it's what it's being programmed to do, and
Right.
truthfully, that's what humans really want. Everybody wants to be validated. So again, it's super scary. I know exactly what you're saying. We got to avoid that. It's a tool to help us with what we know we're trying to accomplish. Give me perspective on that. Not, I'm feeling this way. Be my doctor and validate
And
feelings
not.
that could be narcissistic.
Right. And what he does is he presents work as if he has ownership of the work. And the copy and the creative is fucking terrible. It doesn't even make sense. It has everybody else in the room looking around like, what the actual fuck are we looking at here?
Well,
And then he would take people's good ideas and throw them out the window because it didn't feel like what he got back from AI. And that was the final, bit for me, because a talented creative is that way because that's how their brain is wired. And you don't shit on other people because they're not doing it your way.
he's got a lot of growing up to do.
That's not going to happen.
Well,
But anyway,
focus.
as far as using Chat GPT, I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure that anyone who wants to talk to me about it, I'm going to say I'm not going to lean on it 100% for anything.
No, it's to help us. So, like, this right here is a great use case for me. I believe this is a great use case for AI. It's helping us build out our SOP and P for our business. Just clean, consistent documentation that meets this format. So, I'm feeding it these three files. I'm going to come over here to, like, this is me on a web page building the GPT for Navicore. And these GPTs I'm building, you and Ash will be able to use them as well. I'm not going to make them publicly available. We may create one that is publicly available that is trained to help guide people on helping them understand the MTP and how they can apply it to their business. But if they want true help, they have to come to us. Like, I want it to help people. I want it to be helpful, but I don't want it to replace us.
I think there are some examples of how, again, talk to me like I'm in third grade. So Google, for example, you do a search now, and the top result is it says AI generated. So it already tells you the source, right? So you don't have to go somewhere else.
To use AI, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Google's actually giving you a response, an AI generated response from your Google search before it gives you your search.
Yeah. And that's starting to happen in other apps and other things as well. And
it's going to be annoying, more annoying before it gets better. It's going to continue to get worse before it gets better.
What I'm saying is it's better than going and asking someone to learn 3 new AI programs instead of just having an AI, something there that always is just the AI assistant. There's a certain safety and security in like, oh, that's all that is. I don't.
Yeah, like I'm not doing anything extra. I'm Googling stuff, and now Google's doing the AI for me versus me doing AI to help me instead of Google. Like, yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway, we're gonna have to stay. We're at an hour.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at, what I'm wanting to show you before, what's your hard stop here? Like right now?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So all I want to show you is I'm building these GPTs. I got to get the instructions done for it, but it's going to help us build out this SOP&P. You're going to have to help come up with SOP&P for areas like brand guidelines. What's the SOP&P is that? And can we get a wireframe? I can show you Icora's wireframe brand guidelines. William had some Jade girl do it for. Some girl he knows named Jade that is a college student. Trying to help give her business. She built this brand guideline for me. And I told her, I was like, I want this brand guideline to be the template. So any of my clients, they need brand guideline, they get one that looks just like this. Like the framework of it, the wireframe. So obviously she was moving on to bigger, better things. I'm trying to build a brand here, and I need that. Like, if you're going to do this, like the SOP&P for brand guidelines, what's required? Well, you need the wireframe. Now we need that document. That's the wireframe for that would be under the resources section, right? And when we go to build the brand guidelines for somebody, or how do we use the brand guidelines? I guess for you, like, what would be our process? Because I don't want you doing the brand guidelines. I want you managing the people that are knocking them out because you created the system. You can't sit back and collect a check. We're building shit, collecting checks while people are doing the work. That's where we're going to be at. So in order for us to get there, we need to build some of this out. Like, how do we tell somebody those
that brand guideline template may expose that there are elements that company doesn't yet have.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. Is the second you start working on something super basic, super simple for them, they don't have it, and they're willing to.
Right.
And I don't want to do it like a project where, oh, we'll give you, $10,000 to do ours real quick. No, I'd much rather get $500 a month for the next 3 years, and just know that we'll take care of it, and we're just going to take care of everything you need. You're a small company. You want this brand guidelines. We're going to just be we're just going to provide that for you and teach you how to do it yourselves if you want to end up taking over the system that we're managing for you. Like, we're going to manage it through your tech stack. It's your technology. It's your HubSpot. It's your Adobe subscription that we're building this on for you. Like, that's where we'll end up anyway.
Okay. You've mentioned a few things you want me to look at. I think the easiest way for me to get after it is you can even do this via email or text.
Nope.
Send me links. Say, take a look at this. Take a look at this.
We didn't get that.
Take a look at this.
We didn't get that far, but these SOP&P are developed from the objectives we're working on. So as we're doing these objectives so we have an admin pipeline. We're not using it yet because we haven't gotten together. But like the brand guidelines, that would be an objective. The department would be under, or I guess the service would be under your pillar, which would be identity. So we'll have a column for what pillar it goes under, what department does it go under, like who's the lead of this. And there's only 3 of us, right? So we're going to know who's managing what. This will fall underneath you. And by building this out, you're going to learn how we manage other people's text plans. It's kind of sad, but you'll be able to do a session with somebody and show them how to manage their business in the admin pipeline, because that's how we work. We are our own best showroom. So
yep. Hook me up with the link to the Navicorp guidelines you were just referencing.
I will. They're in that business development site that you had. Like, you already have access to all this stuff. You just need. See, you're already, like, the thing that you're doing right now. I want you to understand the structure that we have, because you own the business development site for the most part. I know I'm going to make it a chore, but once you understand the chore, you understand the system, you're going to, it's going to be so awesome. That's why I'm not trying to be a dick and walk around the answer or not just send it to you. I want you to learn the environment so that way you can be self-serving. And if it's not there for you, I need to get it there type of thing. Let me go look here. So if I'm in our environment, I know you got to go.
Is that a shared document? Is that a tech stack? Is that a site?
So if you go to business, yep. So up here at the top, do you see this thing at the top? Where are you at right now? Do you see this at the top?
Jump back over to your window. eyeballs. Administration. Yeah.
So we have different sites. The admin team is where you'll have like the admin pipeline and the things that we're working on. The business development, like the work you're doing, like the logos and what are our services? How do we talk about those services? Like working on our business development is what I put that under. Is that okay? Do you want to call it something different?
No, I mean it's fine for right now.
All right, so business development is the site that it would be under. You should have access to that. So if you go to business development, and if you don't have this library, I want to make sure you have this library too. So let's make sure we do that before we go real quick. Under libraries, just go to documents. And then
under libraries, I've got shared documents.
Yep, go to documents. And then you just want to add shortcut to OneDrive. So whether you're on your phone or your MacBook, as long as you go to Navicore OneDrive, you're going to see in the root of your OneDrive, you're going to see this business development documents. And there's a lot of stuff in here, I believe, under the general. No, go under Master Tech Plan.
Libraries, documents. Master Tech Plan.
MTP. Oh, fuck, that's probably not the... Is that the right one? Fuck. I'm sorry, it is under general.
General. All right, I've got general open.
So. All right, so if you're under general, let me see what under startup. You can add a shortcut to this. Give me a second to get to where you're at. Oh my God! I started dumping everything. I started pulling everything out of here and dumping underneath legacy. That I lied. I'm keeping it simple for you. I've already updated something. This will help make it easier for you. Where, if we have an SOP&P manager, where would any old stuff be at before you came on board? It'd be under the legacy portion of the SOP&P manager. I started dumping everything underneath there to make it easy to access. Even the glossary is in there. Yeah, this is where you want to be at. So,
let me see where you are now.
Here, let me show you. So you want to go to the admin team. If you're doing it through the web browser, you need to go to admin team. And under libraries, you want to go to SOP and policy. This is the thing that we added a shortcut to your OneDrive earlier.
Okay. Complete development legacy.
Yep. Are you under legacy?
Legacy.
Remember, legacy is all the old documentation before you came on board. Anything you and I are working on right now, like, so the admin pipeline, this is how this works. This is how the system's supposed to work. We put stuff in the admin pipeline, and when you go to work on it, you're going to be basically writing and documenting shit. Do it from the development folder. So the legacy folder is where we have all the old documents. You can use that for reference. Don't change anything, delete anything from there. Don't take anything out. You can copy from there if you want. I need to make this read only, I think, this legacy folder. Because that's where all the old shit is. That's where you guys can reference old documentation. I forgot that I was making this easy for us and I got this far into it. That's on me. I'm not working from the admin pipeline yet. I need to be... Now that you're on the admin team site, can you see my screen right now?
Well, all we were trying to get to, though, is the brand guidelines that Jade did for you.
Oh, Yep. Hold on, let me... Navicore. I'll drag those underneath there. They should be here underneath this general folder. Oh, fuck. It's not Navicore. That's why I'm being an idiot. Hold on, I'm sorry. I got so much shit going on, man. These were not Navicore. These were for, and I'm putting it in the legacy folder now. You should see it pop up in there. Come on. It's just now uploading. Jesus Christ. Come on. All right,
when
now
it does show,
it's there now.
what's it called?
Brand guidelines. There it is.
So that's going to be another thing to make sure we get straight. That is naming.
Well, there should be naming schemes for everything, right? So.
Oh, that's Icora.
That's what what I'm trying to tell you is that when we did this work, it was for Icora. I want to use that wireframe right there. You can change it up if you want. It's the master tech plan, and I know it's the master plan because this is this identity work.
Oh, okay, so this is basic brand guidelines.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to say is for $500 a month. We're not going to sell them. We're not selling them on a project to do their brand guidelines. What we're selling them is that we're going to give you brand guidelines and keep them up to date. We're going to evolve that to go with your company. And we use our 3-year system. We're getting ready to kick in. January 1st starts a new triennial system. So even if we brought somebody in the middle of a tech plan on, we're going to review it. They're going to jump in and start getting in the pool with it. We review everything at the end of the tech plan. If we get to the end of the tech plan, we go, it's only been a year and a half since we brought this client on. Everybody's happy. We'll definitely review it and probably refresh it next time. Move on to the next. It just helps us decision making and moving forward. When you have a structure like this, just trust the process. Know the system, know what we're trying to do, and watch what happens. I'm going to guide and lead us. And as long as I'm not too big of an asshole, and everybody's being real and present and providing their feedback, we are going to build an astronomical, amazing experience to help a company do a 180. If they're stuck and plateaued and they can't go anywhere, they've been doing it for the last 10 years, they can't break past this barrier. Well, a lot of times it's because they're reactive and they don't have the structure internally to grow. Because everybody's overwhelmed wearing their hats. They need to structuralize. That way they can compound and grow on top of it. We're coming in to give them that structure and to meet them where they are truly with their brand guidelines. We're going to give them what they need to get the job done today. And they're going to love it because we're good at what we do. And just by using the master plan framework, our small team working with your team will knock this out with ease because of the way we handle things.
Unfortunately, I got a 180 right out the door right now.
I'm sorry, man. I know I kept you waiting too long. I appreciate your time. We're thinking Fridays at 10 a.m. for standing meetings. Let me know if that works for you.
Okay, cool.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yep.
See you. Yeah. I wouldn't interrupt it. Did I plug it in? Hello. You're fine. Just make sure you're okay. You just sounded pretty pissed off earlier. I mean, I have Brennan and Morgan upstairs throwing a fit right now, but I guess you could call it figured out. I wouldn't say it's like really a fit, but they're being pouty and pissy because they have to wait another 20 minutes for the computer to finish doing what it's doing. Well, they don't have to. I told them they can leave. I just wouldn't recommend it. And they're just being shitty with me, so whatever. I'm not going to take it personal. I mean, that's just them being immature. And he just left. He had to go to work. He was actually the kind of cunty, isn't she? Yeah. Well, I just don't know why I deserve any of it. I don't know what I've done. I mean, I guess I gave him a $3,000 computer when he was 15 and wanted to protect him. I guess that's me being a dick. I just don't understand why I'm being treated like shit when all I've done was try to be like, all I've done is been nice to people, and I just, yeah. I used to get mad and throw a fit about it, but that just made me out to be a fucking narcissistic asshole, so now I'm not doing that. Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Anyway, no, I'm good. I got work to do. I'm just don't like it when shit like this happens and it affects your nervous system so bad to where it just makes things really hard between us. That's all. I know I don't react to it the best way, and I'm trying not to react to it in a shitty way. I'm sorry. No, I told Brandon that his iPad, I'd have to take it to the iPad store because I can't break it. I didn't want to tell him all the specifics as to why, but yeah, when I took you off the family, because he was a certain age and should have already taken the account to his, like, owned it, but he was never using it. Like, it broke the linkage. I have to take it to an Apple store for them to be able to wipe it. And I have to go there to show because I'm the one that was the, family leader or whatever after kicking you out. So, like, it thinks he's my kid, but I have no access to do anything to it. And, yeah, like, it's just messed up. I have to take it to the Apple store. But he's not really throwing a fit. He just want to leave. And I told him that I would let it finish doing what it's doing before unplugging it and taking it. That's all I said. And Morgan's just acting shitty. 'Cause she's just I mean, she doesn't have to say. I told them they can pick it up at any other time. Like, unless they're using it right now, like I could even drop it off to you later. Like, they won't wait for it, I guess. Sorry, go ahead, Dave. That's what I tried doing last time they were here, but they didn't want to leave it with me, and they wanted it right now, so I thought I put a Band-Aid on it to allow him to do what he needed to do. Apparently it didn't work. So I told him while he was here, like, I was still trying to, like, I don't know, guy, I mean, it's acting really fucked up. He hasn't updated it, and he's never done an update to it. Anyway, it's so jacked up. Yes. He was super cool. He was letting me fix it. He was fine letting me wipe it and fix it, yes. Which is exactly what it was. Yes. He's letting me. And once it's done, it'll be like it's brand new out of a box. But it's going to need updates really bad. It needs updated really bad. So once it's done, he'll finally be able to update it and get it where it needs to be. You're welcome. I don't know, baby. I did tell him that I'd like him to be here in 2 weeks, though. I told him not this weekend, but next weekend I wanted Brendan, Morgan, and her to come here to the house on the weekend with you and Tempe. To come hang out. I didn't say the tree. I didn't say for what. Okay. I know you're busy. I'll let you go. I love you. Fucking kids. Throwing fits. It's all good, though. It's all good. Mm.